I got a question for you. What does this city know about luxury? Huh? What does a town that's been to hell and back know about the finer things in life? Well, I'll tell you. More than most. You see, it's the hottest fires that make the hardest steel. Add hard work and conviction, and the know-how that runs generations deep in every last one of us. That's who we are. That's our story. Now, it's probably not the one you've been reading in papers. The one being written by folks who've never even been here and don't know what we're capable of. Because when it comes to luxury, it's as much about where it's from as who it's for. Now, we're from America, but this isn't New York City, or the Windy City, or Sin City, and we're certainly no one's Emerald City.
This is the Motor City, and this is what we do.
Lights go low, the city goes high. Stories untold under moonlit skies. Braylon got the vibe, got the flow for the culture. Yeah, you already know. Turn it up, lean back, feel the breeze. Late night truths drifting through the trees. It's for the culture, by the culture. Braylon's got the soul to show ya. Breaking it down, lifting it higher. Feel the rhythm, spark the fire. Headlines flip with a soulful twist. Behind the scenes where the magic sits. It's the heartbeat of the now and the then. Where the story starts and never ends. Tune in, lean and feel the groove. Every moment, a vibe you can't lose. It's for the culture, by the culture. Braylon's got the soul to show ya. Breaking it down, lifting it higher. Feel the rhythm, spark the fire.
Well, hello to you, and you. Welcome into another edition, Bring These Virtual Tour Live. We're live on tour. Sorry for starting a little bit late, y'all. Listen, I was watching Wizards, Where Your Place, the movie on. I did the subscription, and of course, the link and everything else. But nonetheless, we're here, and we always give you a good show. Y'all, we in Detroit. Tell me one other after-show review show that got Eminem introduced in them every show. Okay, like, come listen, we know people around here. Well, virtually that is, but of course I am not alone on this tour. What it is, good people. What it is.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
Bam. Gigi, bro, what's going on?
Listen.
What's going on, everybody?
Listen. Glad to have y'all here. And like I said, some of the best people around. Of course, the one and only Q and the beautiful Gigi 9. And of course, our good friend Talk with Solana, saving the world as always. So we love her as well. I wanted to bring up a comment from the last show because one of our newest people, Jaguar Actual, said, and you know what? I'll pull it up on the screen. So y'all can see it was hilarious. I think I told the group about that. I'll show y'all here. Plus, knowing that we got some news about cast members as well. So we'll get into that very, very soon. But with that being said, higher is waiting, lower is available. But either way, we got to go on tour. Yes, indeed, we do. Let me take down this iconic intro here. We are in the building. Let me pull this up because I thought this was so hilarious. So for those of you who may not know, right, last episode I called Christina Daphne. And so one of our new people, Jaguar Actual, said, hey all, I really wanted to stay up for the live. I was super busy dealing with things all week and my body needed a rest night. Show from the evidence it appears that Miss GoFundMe, aka Christina, is the one who gets it home. Hope to get you guys on the next one.
Yeah, Miss GoFundMe is crazy.
Oh. I love our damn people. I really do. Shout out to Jaguar Actual. I just wanted to get us off with a laugh. So what did y'all think about this episode here? And Q, it looks like somebody might have to, get ready to let go of the past rather. They're holding on to it, but they might have to let go for the sharp brother Vince. Yes,
yes, sir. Yes.
Good one. That was a good one. That was a good one.
Thank you very much.
Sharp.
You know what?
Listen, I ain't gonna say it because he. Oh man, I don't. Oh man, he. I'm gonna give him credit. Oh man, that tasted so sour. That was so sour.
By the way, before we got on, I got an exclusive text message from OWN. Do y'all want to hear this text? Because y'all do know we know people. I mean, we got
yes. Let's hear it.
Yeah, let's see what we got going on.
OWN is proud to announce right here, exclusively on our channel. That's right, I said our channel. That includes Gigi, Q, and Salon. So you only hear it here. Judge Vince, sharp or crap? Coming this fall to the Oprah Winfrey Network. It will be on at 8/7 Central in the time slot. So Judge Vince, sharp or crap? Will be coming on. What do y'all think of that announcement? That's a huge announcement. That's a huge announcement.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to wait to see the pilot. I just this is.
Well, I mean, don't we promote Black mobility and excellence? And
we definitely do. And you know what? I feel that there is definitely something to this. We might have to have Chef Chris there to help sharpen his blade, so to make sure. So yeah.
One thing we know about that show, it's gonna be sharp, baby. It's gonna be sharp.
Damn straight. Best
be sharp, baby.
Services table from Chris. Do you understand me?
Right.
Listen. And by the way, if y'all take that news and run with it on any other YouTube channel, just say where you got it, okay? Of course, everything's alleged in our opinion for entertainment purposes only. Everybody, listen. But with that being said, let's get to this damn episode. As you can tell, we're off to the races, ladies and gentlemen. So, with that being said, let's get on and cracking here. So we have, in the words of Jaguar_Actual, Miss GoFundMe or Daphne. I mean, the understudy version of Daphne for Scooby-Doo the Musical. Is getting a professional look outside the Groovyville Club. Her job as a go-go dancer was terminated. How do we feel about this? I know Groovyville must be heartbroken.
Man, they got another one right. Another one right. Another one right. She should be on. It just made sense to what it finally made sense about the GoFundMe account. cause she be begging.
Yes, indeed.
She on ready to beg, baby. Not ready to love. She ready to
Oh,
beg.
Oh
my
no,
Lord.
not ready to beg. That's crucial.
Oh,
That's
Ready
Lord.
crazy
to
to the
beg.
system.
So wait,
Ready to
Ready to
beg.
beg. Oh my God. Oh my God.
so wait, is ready to beg the sugar baby edition of ready to love? Is that what we're doing? We
That's
just
all.
started this damn show 10 minutes and 29 seconds ago. Good
And
day.
already got another spinoff. Already got another spinoff.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not doing this with y'all. Anyway, go ahead with y'all opinions on this damn person. I cannot. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's crazy. I agree. They definitely got it right with her getting her out of there. I think we all seen it from the beginning. Like she was already in the bottom from the beginning. So she got that second chance, but then she just kept getting worse. It didn't really nothing got better with her for you to feel like, "Oh, I could see her staying." Like even though I said I didn't, y'all know I did not want to give Vince no credit, but he has actually shown improvement. He has surprised me to the point where I'm like, okay, I can, what I'm saying? He seems like he's here for the right reason, and maybe he was misunderstood with her. No, and it's so crazy. Yes, Miss GoFundMe, ready to beg, like that's what it seems like. And then her attitude when it comes to it is so nasty. It even taints like the whole effect of just natural giving in a relationship. Like she taints that whole feeling just because how she just delivers it. So yeah, I'm glad she's gone.
Yeah, same. And hopefully what this will do is it will give her a chance to really reflect. You know what I mean? And it's crazy because in the preview for next week, Family Week is coming. So she barely missed it. Because I would have loved Christina to be around one of the men's families. And then, of course, y'all know after that to have the women, their exes, would have been something. But unfortunately, she has been sent off into the mystery machine, into the black and
the mystery machine.
Off to find another mystery. Off to solve another mystery.
You about to go find some Scooby snacks.
Oh my god.
She got to go find Fred and Velma and Shaggy and Scooby.
Shaggy, wait a minute. Daphne's black. What?
She got to go find the proof. They done lost Daphne. We done lost Daphne. But
look, I don't know.
Look, the rest of the mystery crew out trying to solve the mystery of the missing funds. Because Daphne done took them.
I ain't lying. That sounds just about right. We have a mole. I ain't lying.
Wait, Scoop, who broke into our Scooby snack fund? Who did that, Scoop? I don't know.
But the biggest response is the biggest apology is a change of action. And I already also can go for Daphne because her method of vetting a man started with their wallet. You know what I'm saying? So I hope that she understands her vetting process might need to have a little, she might need to rearrange her vetting process.
Absolutely.
In dating, because you know what I'm saying, it didn't work on Ready to Love. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like a lot of guys were like, nah, you know what I mean? No, you're not about to try and use me. And if I give you the money, now you're trying to tell me I'm ready to date you because I gave you some money instead of really getting to know who people are, and going from there. So I really hope that she takes this information and also becomes you know, a better dater or become more ready to love for that one person. You know what I mean? Or you might just meet somebody where you at. Somebody actually might just, be willing to be your sponsor. So, but preferably, I really wish she'd take this information, go back, assess how she's dating, and make the necessary changes. Hopefully, she get a better result. Because if you've been dating like this, seeing what you can get out of a man, and that right there shows his intentionality towards you.
Yes.
Hopefully, you see, okay, I might need to change this, or I might need to change my mindset, to get a better outcome. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully she makes the necessary adjustments.
And by the way, what did y'all think of? I think it was Lauren and one other woman that was like shocked. I think it was Enchante, if I'm not mistaken. But those two ladies had their mouths open when, she was eliminated. I'm like, wait, what? Y'all were shocked?
Another thing, those women really don't know the conversation that the men are having. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And another thing, she should have been got kicked off. That's what she get for running her mouth, telling people pillow talk. You know what I'm saying? If pillow talk stays between you and that person, you know what I mean? So she got what she deserved. You know what I mean? Because whenever you're dating somebody, you really want to have an intimate, if you're having a conversation on the phone, you know what I mean? Preferably, you'll want to keep that between y'all, not go back and tell everybody else. So that was she get for being messy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel a few ways when it comes to her, and one thing is we have talked about it on this show, how this show gives you exposure. You will have people in your DMs afterwards because they see you, they see your personality, they might see the way that you look and they like it, and you will become popular. You start getting followers on social media, you can get endorsements from this. There's so many things that you can get from being on here. But when somebody sees a personality like yours, like, it's going to be hard for you to find a person that's going to genuinely like get in your, like, you know what I'm saying, want to date you for the right reasons. At least that's how I see it. But there, honestly, sometimes it just takes the right person, and maybe that's what it is. She needs the right person that can ground her financially and give her a better understanding of what it means for a man to provide for you financially. Like, it does not always mean to just give you what you want. It means to provide what you need, and if possible, to finance your wants. But in that process, like, you have to understand, like, you have to also give, because once you're just taking, it's going to get old, and a person's not going to want to keep giving to a person that's not reciprocating, whatever it is that they're wanting. Because some people who have money, they're missing the emotional connection, and that's all they want, is somebody who can emotionally connect. But if you have somebody who's vain and all they're seeing is, oh, I have to have the best and everything, they're missing that emotional connection. So it's going to be hard for them to give that to somebody else who's missing it. And then also something else is like, and I am not saying that this is a fact, but this is something that I have seen. Whether it's been from people that I know, family, television, whatever the case is, but this is something that I've seen. This is just, I'm not saying she is this person, but I'm saying it's possible. With her being the way that she is and so money driven, she to me is the type of person that would sleep with a married man. And the reason why I say this is because a lot of times, like, a person, when they're having an affair, they'll give you those financial things that you want, right? You don't have to worry about the time, because they don't have the time. They're already with someone else. So your time's not being taken up, but your financial needs are being taken care of.
Right.
And it kind of seems like that's what she wants. That's why I also said last week, maybe she needs to be ready to love seeking arrangements. Like, she needs a sugar daddy. She needs a sugar daddy, sugar baby relationship type thing. Because I feel like that's more so would be aligned with what we've seen of her personality. Now, if there's more to her that we haven't seen, whose fault is it that we haven't seen it?
Yeah.
We're going off what you've shown. but she gives off the type where as long as she's financially being taken care of, she doesn't care about the other circumstances of either how that money's coming about or that person that person's situation or whatever the case is. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, I did not say that she is this way, but she kind of gives off that vibe.
No, I don't think that you're off with your assessment at all. And the thing that I often think about is The Family That Prays, the Tyler Perry movie, where Sanaa Lathan says this, that, and the third about her husband, but turns out the married man, all he wanted was that chocolate down his throat, and to unwrap the gift from the back every night, but nothing more, nothing less, because she never got married in that movie. But then the guy she made fun of, her husband, actually became successful. Funny how that works out. But that also happens to women too, okay? But the biggest lesson from that is, whether it's a man or a woman, don't doubt somebody's potential, okay? I think that's the mental lesson there. And sometimes it's a bought lesson for other people. But no, I don't think that your assessment is off by that. And honestly, too, with reality TV, right, as I often say, we can only judge what you put on the screen. But also, too, it's up to you to make sure that this is not all of you. Now, for some people, they're not going to be open enough to go beyond red love. So you will have that to deal with. But there's over 1 billion people in the world that have never seen this show. I'm being facetious when I say that, but this is not the only audience. But make sure that whatever impression you give next is better than this one, if I could give any advice to Christina. So it's not the end, but this is not a good, jump off point.
I just would have a question for her. Taking finances out of it, what else, one, does she want from her partner? What qualities does she feel like she would want in a partner? And two, what qualities did she have to give to a partner? Besides her thinking that she is the bomb.com, what qualities do you have? And I feel like if those things might be something that need to be worked upon with her. Like, I feel like that's something she really needs to ask and answer. And if you can't, and it keeps reverting back to the financial side, then I feel like there's something else underneath that, because that lets me know that she's not where she wants to be, but she wants to be someone else who she's not. And right now they're competing. And in that time of competition, she's losing. And she's losing out big time, because now she's losing out on not only finance, but romance. But that's just my piece.
Not the fact that those two words rhyme in addition to your commentary. I cannot. But very well said, though. Very well said. Don't mind me, everybody. I'm extra.
Well, they say you can't have romance without finance, which honestly, I mean, it's true and it's not true at the same time.
Yeah.
Because anyway, but still, with her, I feel like those are some things she needs to really think about.
Yeah. No, very well said. Very well said. Very well said. Well,
and one more thing.
Sure.
One thing about transactional love is, she don't know how many of those guys have been in a place where they might have been in that situation before. You know what I mean? So, as far as being taken advantage of, you know what I'm saying? So you don't know if you're pushing people buttons. You're not taking a time to get to understand who the guys are, because and Bray, I know you pretty much the same way I am.
Yes.
If you are feeling a female and a female shows you exactly how you want to be loved, there's no amount of money, there's no planet that you will not go grab for this woman. You know what I mean?
Let the church say Amen.
So if she understood that concept, you know what I'm saying, showing how valuable you are to a man in whatever way that, you know, he might see fit, or, you know, matches, you know, who you are and it matches who they are. You know what I mean? It's no telling what door you open up for a man. You know what
No,
I'm saying? So
absolutely.
I really wish you would understand that concept. Because it's like you're putting a number on something. You know what I'm saying? That's like me asking God for a trailer. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with it. Okay, that's what I want. But God' biggest plan for me is He want me to have a street with 10 houses. And I'm
Come
like,
on.
you
Come
know what I'm
on.
saying? You asking for a particular small, but instead of asking for, you're asking for finances instead of asking for the heart. If you get the heart, everything else is gonna come easy.
That's it.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's the
So
thing too. There's a scripture to go along with that. You know, your gift will make room for you. You know what I mean?
exactly.
And when you don't know what your gift is and you don't invest in that gift can't make any room because you're not investing in your gift. It's almost like if Christina went to church on Sunday and was a lady on the church row and looked to her left and her right and judged everybody. Guess what? Christina, you being that lady on that church row, you are just as broken as everybody you judging. He or she who has not sinned cast the first stone.
Bingo.
I feel like Christina is one of those people that's like, listen, this ain't directed at nobody, but don't keep my name out your mouth and this, that, and the third. Well, it's like, here's the thing. To use an old school phrase, if you don't start no shit, they won't be no shit. Right? If you are about your business, you don't have to worry about people going after you. And it always amazes me how people want the crown, but they don't want to handle the weight of wearing it. I'm going to say that 2 more times. It's amazing to me how people want the crown, but they don't want to handle the weight of the crown. It's amazing how people want the crown, but they don't want to wear the weight of the crown. Because to be honest with you, Christina says she's a singer, right?
Exactly.
American Idol is about to be on their 25th season. They're already over 20 seasons. Do you not know that Fantasia Barrino, Ruben Studdard, Kelly Clarkson, Carrie Underwood, some of the biggest names have been founded on that show? Honestly, to tell you the truth, and sometimes you do have to be seen so you can be embraced, but a real one is always about their dream. And because you never really talked about anything of substance, you can't blame the audience of going off of what you gave them. That's it. You can't blame the platform when you gave what you gave to the platform. So, you know, if you really a singer, go on American Idol, you know, make it to top 10. I think at this point it is a top 10. I don't even think they do top 20 anymore. But still, if you have a dream, be about your dream, because otherwise you're wasting your time.
Right. And you know, just my last point, and I'm gonna be done with Christina. Is before you get all up in somebody else's business, make sure you have the capacity and capability to handle your own.
Sweep around your own front door. Sweep around your own front door.
Listen, because it seems like she wants to handle everybody else, just like, you know, she wanted to handle Lauren's problem, and she wants to, if you ain't like how my daddy was and my mama for 39 years, I don't want it. Okay, well, you don't know the back end of what your mama and daddy went through. Because your mama and daddy, you know, not saying that this is it, but your mama and daddy could have had a very, very rocky relationship. Because I'm going to tell you, 39 years, it was not all easy.
No.
There's no way you're going to tell me that it was all easy for 39 years. You just have to have the capacity and capability to make it through those 39 years. Okay? Yeah. But she might not have the capability to handle what her mama handled for
Gigi,
39 years.
And not to cut you off, Gigi, and I guarantee throughout those 39 years, they were not always financially,
always
financially what's the what word I'm looking for?
Stable.
Stable. They weren't always financially stable throughout those 39 years. I guarantee you they went through some rough time financially. I guarantee you.
Yep. That part.
No.
And you didn't, and not, one more thing, and you didn't see your mama leave. Your mama stayed throughout all of that. So you see, I'm pretty sure you seen some rough times financially, and your mama didn't go nowhere. So you should know that money come and money go. But what really hold everything together is the actual, not even the love, the commitment that y'all made, more than anything. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely.
And I'm gonna tell you something, and because especially with kids, when you have siblings, okay, and you ask those siblings how their upbringing was in the house, they're gonna give you a different story, because there was different times in life, in your parents' journey in life, so things were different. So if she's the only child, she's not gonna know how the struggle was when she was a child, because as a child, you don't have them responsibilities or worries because your parents are going to shield you from that. So you don't know if they struggled for the first 12, 14 years of your life. And then once you hit, 15, all you knew was that you didn't have to worry about nothing because your parents made sure of that. But you don't understand how much your parents had to worry about what you were going to be able to have. They worried about if you were going to be able to have something to eat, but they made sure you didn't worry about it.
Bingo.
So you don't understand or know what what your parents' journey is. And as I said, having siblings, you're going to see like, oh, wait a minute. How was it like that? No, mom wasn't like that with me. And that's why, and you even hear it. You got older child syndrome, you got middle child syndrome, and you got baby syndrome. Because parents are different with each child. So your older siblings, they might know the struggle. You know what I'm saying? They might remember the struggle. They might remember eating, hot water cornbread and rice, or having syrup bread, not having no lights, having to boil water because the water's, the heat's off. You know what I'm saying? Space heaters in the wintertime. They might know that, but you, being the middle child, you came some years later when, finances got a little bit better. Daddy got a better job this time. Mama realized how to save money better because she, she's had some practice. You came in after. So you don't understand really what they went through in them 39 years. And what they went through, you might not have the tolerance to be able to do it. But all you see is the financial part. You see the money that was given. You seen the fact that you didn't have to struggle.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And not to mention too, sometimes you don't know how strong or weak your support system was around you at the time.
Right.
And I bring that up because it feels like to me, and this is the problem with this is something that one of my friends said. Talkers have a hard time listening and listeners have a hard time talking. And I feel like that's Christina. For her, she is so she's so easy to talk about the fantasy that she can't listen to the reality. But if I can play the other side for a minute, maybe the reason why she doesn't want to listen to reality, because maybe there might be a unworked pain there that she doesn't want to get into. Because let me tell you, it's easy to avoid than confront. And I wanted to bring this clip up because this clip here, and for those of you who have been on our channel, you have heard this clip before, but I think that this describes it perfectly. Roll it.
Somebody give me a tissue, please. I'm with you. Cheryl Jackson just tweeted, I'm doing the ugly cry up in here. Don't make me ugly cry, Bishop. Don't make me ugly cry up in here. Cheryl, you all the way gone. I see you. Ugly crying up in here. But what just hit me is, because I've had to learn to do this with my mother. That's why it hit me. You've got to meet people where they are and love them at the level that they can receive it.
Right.
Yeah.
And
that's hard, because you want to love them. You just want to love them. And I think one of the reasons, if I may say, that we all get so caught up in the way we want to love is because we have these ideals versus realities.
Absolutely.
These ideals versus reality, you know, you have in your own mind what a mother should be and what you wanted your mother to be. And in many cases, your mothers and your fathers can't be what your ideal is. Isn't that correct?
Yes, because they were broken when you got them. See, it's not like you broke me. I was broken when I came here. So even though you need me to have both legs healthy, the reality is I'm crippled, and I need to know that you can love me with a broken knee, with a broken leg. Even if I come short, can you love me on my level? There are people amongst us like you and like me and many people in this room who are voluminous. We are 10-gallon people. But we may have been born into families of people who have pint capacities.
There it is. There it is.
That right there, church.
A 10-gallon person, and you want love, you want it on a 10-gallon level. But if you fool around and hook up with a pint person, they could be giving you all that they have, sincerely giving you everything, but it doesn't fill you up because you're bigger than that. Because you operate on such a higher level that you say, is that it? Is that all you're gonna give me? I feel you. I feel you. But you must realize some people, that's all they got. That's really all they got.
All right.
So I just want to pause this for all of the people that think Love and Marriage Huntsville is the only show on the Oprah Winfrey Network. This was a part of the foundational block of shows on the Oprah Winfrey Network called Oprah's Life Class. She started out at, and I'm talking about Oprah, she started out at OWN Studios. And it was just her, and this is how you know I'm a media nerd. It was a white chair, a blue, green, teal background, and she would take lessons from the Oprah Winfrey Show and give you lessons. Okay, that was Life Class. Then she did Life Class Live after the show in a very small space. Harpo Studios was owned by Oprah Winfrey. They had 2 sound stages. In those stages could fill up to 300 people each. I think it might have been like 50 people. Then she decided to take Oprah's Life Class to Harpo Studios, which, by the way, Oprah, just a personal note, I think you should have made that the Oprah Winfrey Museum, and you should have kept that as a part of the Warner Bros. Discovery family and, ran that out to the University of Chicago so there could be student-run productions and stuff. But that's neither here nor there, but a very important point. But if you're wondering where this is, this was at Mega Fest because she did Oprah's Life Class on tour. So please, if you move stupid and you are stupid and you carry a stupid energy, just keep that to yourself, of yourself, and by yourself. But there was a whole life of the Oprah Winfrey Network before Carlos came. Okay, I just want to get that cleared up. Because there's Ready to Love. There's a new show called Maxed Out that's coming out very soon about finances. Okay, just like there was Ask Oprah's All Stars with Dr. Oz and Dr. Phil and Susie Orman. There was Kidnapped by the Kids. There was your own show where Oprah gave away a TV show to somebody on the Oprah Winfrey Network. There was the Gayle King Show, which was on Sirius XM Radio. But formerly it was Sirius and XM Satellite Radio, and Gayle King left that show to go with CBS News. Okay? All right. Moving on. I just wanted to clear that up. What did y'all think of that clip?
I think that clip said it all. It definitely spoke to what we were just speaking about. Like, one, especially when it comes to, the whole parent part, you have to understand that what you see of your parents might not be really what it is behind closed doors, and you do definitely have to meet. And it's not even just your parents, your family, your friends, even strangers. You have to meet them where they're at, because you might not know someone's situation or truly understand where they're at in life, or even in their understanding of social norms. So it's, you do have to have that understanding, and vice versa. People need to have, that understanding with you. But when it comes to this situation, like at what age do you say, okay, I can't blame my parents. I have to, instead of looking at, just looking at that, what do I want? Let me understand me fully. Like there has to be, that point involved. Yes, it is important to know your history in order to help grow your future, but that doesn't mean you have to stay stuck in your history. You don't have to stay stuck in the past. So yeah, I definitely think that that was a great clip, and definitely speaks volume. And not even just to Christina, but to the whole process, period, to the dating process, and just in general to humanity, and as people, what we can do to draw closer to each other. Hey, Jaguar.
Hey, Jaguar. I read your comment at the top of the show.
Child, Miss GoFundMe is crazy. Let me tell you that.
Crazy work. Crazy work. Go fund me. Boy, that's crazy.
You know, go to the car. Go to the damn shut fucking damn mouth. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. Miss Go fund me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did I mention we don't rehearse before this damn show? Oh my god. Lauren said they created one for. Wait, are you serious? An actual GoFundMe for real? You got Jaguar _
I'm crying.
You gotta be lying.
Listen, stop this. Do not stop it. We're not, listen, we done already spent 42 minutes on her. We are not about to spend another hour and a half, because listen, we will go find this GoFundMe page. And wait a minute.
Hang on, you know
Oh
what?
my goodness.
I'm getting a video. I'm getting a video call from 2 black women right now, so I want these ladies to be. Go ahead. What do you have to say about Christina? What y'all watched the episode and the and Quahog, and y'all been communicating through. My phone is very powerful, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead. What do y'all think of what happened to Christina?
I told you. What did I tell you? Didn't I tell you? Because I told you. Mm-hmm. And when did I tell you? A long time ago. And what did I say will happen when I told you? Exactly what just happened.
And there's her opinion on Christina. Thank you so much. Hopefully y'all is well in Quahog. Yeah, bro. Lauren went on her live and said that when I called her that I have nicknames for all the women. Oh no.
Listen, now, have we or have we not said that normally around episode 4 or 5 is when lives start coming out on social media, and you start finding out things, and here we have it. Okay. So
Jaguar, if you have Lauren's IG,
wow.
If you drop it in the chat and we will pull it up live, because we gotta talk about this child. What
listen, first off, like I said, Miss GoFundMe is crazy, but Miss GoFundMe, that's just yeah,
insane.
It came out your damn mouth.
Don't
look all innocent. That was insane. I listen.
And hold on, Lauren. What other names do you have for the other women? I need to know this. Listen, oh man. So for those who don't know, not only do we do the after show for Ready to Love, but when we see content on live, we have no problem going live at that time. We have no problem, setting up interviews with cast members to find out the scoop. So yeah.
Okay, so here she is here, Access Lauren. We'll be talking about the recap in 6 days on December, not November, child, November was last month, but December 19th at 9:15 p.m. So was this a recent live? Because here's the live right here. Did she do it in a video? Because child. Okay, Lauren, you know what? These are Jaguars nicknames, everybody, okay? Lauren Big Bird, Ashante Cash and Burn, Donna Mathnet, Dominique Neek. I would say Dayquil and Nyquil because you want that down your throat, but that's neither here nor there. And Nicole the homie.
To the corner, Braylon, right now. To the corner. To the corner.
I'm sorry. What did I do? This is Jaguar_Actual's fault. He said Neek. I said I wanted Dayquil or Nyquil because I wanted down my throat. What was I supposed to do? This is Jaguar_Actual's fault. I was drinking my water, minding my black-owned business, and hosting this damn after show.
No. We not finna put this on Jag now. Listen, I feel Jag is very sophisticated, classy, and exuberates a lot of excellence. We cannot put this.
Also, so they're very cutesy, mindful, and demure. I'm not. Is that what the fuck we're doing here? Okay.
Listen, I'm just saying, Braylon,
you see this kid? You see this black on black crime? Don't make no damn sense. I made that joke because of circumstances surrounding me.
Listen, Braylon, we know you can't let a beauty pass by, and hell, that's all of us. So we'll let you pass this time, okay?
Yeah, I would have had to been the last week or the week before. So the week before was, and I know how we can do it. Okay, first of all, let me go back for a minute. Shout out to the logo, okay?
Welcome back to the Recap Lounge.
Okay,
Yes.
Miss her and Ed.
Listen, I'm loving the setup.
Okay,
can we give some applause for the setup? Very nice, Lauren. Very nice, child. Now I'm summarizing the video here because I want to see. Ashley Darby's not Ashley Darby. I'm thinking Potomac. My bad. Okay, so Chris' response to "not in my budget" is analyzing into a debate of whether it was a polite rejection or genuine financial constraints. The host online commenter suggests Ariana's love language might be acts of transfer funds. Would that be where Jaguar_Actual that was her alone? Okay. Hang on, let's go back. Her alone.
See, this is the thing that upsets me. This really upsets me. I'm glad that they got the opportunity to see if they're ready to love, but capitalizing off this opportunity is upsetting to me. Because is it about ready to love, or is it about you pushing your brand?
Well, I mean, we said this before, though. I mean,
Ed gave us, excuse my French, Ed gave us a half-ass try at love. This girl was pouring her heart out to him. They had a connection at the beginning of the show.
Right.
We thought they did. You know what I mean? Old girl really showed genuine interest into him.
Jaguar.
And he seemed like he was genuinely interested in her too. But as the show go on, we see that he's not even emotionally available. But as soon as you get kick off the show, we see you on the podcast expressing, or talking or whatever you doing on it. I haven't seen it. You know what I'm saying? So it does the consumer a disjustice on your half-ass tribe.
Okay, let me
Yeah.
very well
And
say
honestly, with that, I feel like we'll come back to this, to Lauren's page, but I feel like we need to move on with the rest of it because actually seeing this has kind of triggered some other things and understanding, like when it comes to, because like I had a whole thing with how Ed was acting when it came to Nicole and the whole, process within. But yeah, seeing that, I agree with you, Q. Like that's kind of like, okay, you couldn't even picture on this podcast, but it seems like you're more with this process, but you're more enthusiastic about this podcast. So,
and let me say this: I agree with both of you. In the same token, Gigi, you just said, I think Q and even Solana, and I have said it. We knew this was going to happen anyway, right? I mean, you literally said, Gigi, just a couple of seconds ago that you can get your DMs popping, right? So that's granted, that was going to happen anyway. But in the same token of that, I do agree that if you are going to speak out, the way you were loud on the show should also translate when you speak about how loud you were on the show. So I will fully agree with y'all there. Thank you, Jaguar Actual. As Jaguar Actual sees if he has bookmarked that. We also have some other news about another cast member here coming up soon, but we'll get to that in due time. So the ladies are in power. Donna is still in it, and Vince looks very happy. He's like, listen, my mouth is still good to make myself 1 + 1 = 2. We still in this thing. This math equation is still on, popping, and it's locked in. Yes, indeed. So we go to the trap. My damn mouth. We go to the trap. Let me see here. Nah, it looks like I didn't bookmark it. I think she was on there with other channels doing a recap or whatever episode as well. I didn't save it. Christine was definitely on there to promote herself. It might have been on her Instagram because, and I'm only saying this because me and Gigi, and Gigi's absolute credit everything she said. When the only time we ever bring in social media onto the show, and Q has been here for this too, and Solana has broken some social media stories herself, is when social media is relevant to the show. That's when we bring it in. If somebody is doing something stupid, okay, people are doing stupid stuff every day. But when it's relevant to the show and it helps you understand what we're talking about, that's when we bring it in. So as Jaguar _ actual checks, we go to the Trap, which is a yoga and massage studio. Nicole has a group date with Donna, Ashley, Vince, and Steven and Chris. And so they're all stretching right now. They're all stretching in this scene. And, Ashley said Donna and Nicole are good at this, but everybody else is not. And then Vince gave the episode title. Now, I would think Oprah Winfrey Network, Will Packer, and lighthearted entertainment that you would not put this title on after there's a whole fucking damn documentary out here in these virtual streets. But Vince said this is a day pose. I'm like,
Very.
just.
what is even crazier about that, and I kid you not, okay, right? Like, I mean, I switched off from the Diddy documentary and was like, all right, now I gotta watch Ready to Love because I'm about to go live. And when I seen the title, I said, what the fuck?
That's crazy.
And what's so crazy is I ended on the part like right after where they was talking about investigators found this substance, and they also found Ziploc bags full of baby oil. It's like, what?
Now, out of all the things that transpired on that show this past week, the only thing y'all can come up with is Diddy pose.
Yes.
Out of all the stuff that transpired, that's the only thing y'all can come up with is Diddy pose. Come on.
That was like that. Remember when
somebody was watching a documentary themselves and was like, you know what? That's what it is.
Remember when the show came back for Philadelphia, and one of the episode titles was "Meet the Exes." That was the title.
Yeah.
Not joking, y'all. That after a 5 to 6 month break, they came back with a basic title: "Meet the Exes." And it's just like, well, okay, well, Braylon and Gigi and Q and everybody was complaining that we're boring. We'll just do Diddy pose. We didn't mean go to the extreme either, you dumb fucks. Damn. Nah, her IG is mostly clips from the show, The Recap Lounge. As far as the title goes, remember they would have shot this way before the documentary came out. True, but it's just the timing of it all.
Yeah, of course. Well, sorry about that. Okay, so so they shot this before the documentary came out on Netflix for us to see. But seeing their production crew, they already had access to this a long time ago. And yeah. So, I mean, of course they knew about this, but still it's just the whole simple fact, and let's just not forget, even before the documentary came out, the investigation was happening while filming was happening, and even before filming. So it's not like this was brand new or something first. It just kind of happened after this whole process. No, the investigation, the lawsuits, and everything was out during this time. So still, it's still not a good title. They could have definitely come up with something else. But to each his own. Listen, sometimes they slack off. Sometimes they don't always hit the mark. Listen,
I mean, subtracting dead weight would have been a great time.
Something.
You know.
Now, if somebody would have said something about R. Kelly, you know what I'm saying? If somebody would have said something about R. Kelly, and now you got, this is a R. Kelly thing or whatever, you know what I mean? Do you know how many feathers that would have ruffled? You know what I'm saying? Politically, just trying to be politically correct with a lot of things, the way the thermostat of media is. You know what I'm saying? So if you just sit there and say something like that, you really don't know how people are going to take it. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know what trauma, you know what I'm saying, is attached to that. I understand, a joke is a joke, you know what I mean? But you really don't know how people are responding to this whole situation. After he sat there and whooped that girl and the whole world seen it, you know what I'm saying? You don't know how many women, you know what I mean, really don't feel like that was funny. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or men too, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like a lot of times we try to take certain things to be jovial about it, but this was actually a serious case. You know what I'm saying? And they could have left that comment, out, but for whatever reason they decided not to. And it surprised me that they did. Yeah, it surprised me, you know what I mean, that they did, but
But you know what?
I mean, and even with that comment being said, that doesn't mean you had to use that as the episode title. Like, there's so many other things that definitely could have been used with that.
Exactly.
And then it's like with the okay, so yeah, the title's fucked up, but at least the episode was good, okay? Because last season, if you think about it, just like you brought up, Braylon, the title was Meet the Exes after a 5-month hiatus. And the episode was trash.
Yep.
It was trash as fuck. So it was like, it was a triple threat. It was like, okay, we waited this long for this trash ass episode, and the title was just, you know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Did you say episode?
Yeah, remember last season?
Hold on. You said trash episode?
Yeah.
You mean trash season?
Yeah, you right. You absolutely right.
Episode?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, throw the whole season away. Whole season away.
Whole season. We keeping Tommy, but we throwing the whole season away.
The whole season away. Like,
Wait. Tommy and the vote can stay. We got.
Oh yeah.
Nice
and the wedding. And the wedding.
Yeah, that was about it. Everything else, y'all can keep that. I have just thinking about that episode. There's so many parts that I just can't even remember because it was not even worth staying in my memory.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you a funny thing. So I follow Cisco on social media, and he was in the gym, I guess, with his girlfriend. But when he was, he was recording a video of it, he called her his wife. This is like, this season was maybe a year ago or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So, would bring me to the realization that Cisco might have been dating that girl the whole time.
It was a scheme that Cisco set up to come to us with the bullshit,
Because I mean, it make no sense. You know what I'm saying?
By the way, is this also a Chris situation from the Never Ever Mets? Good Lord,
it's a possibility, bro.
It
got to be. You know what I'm saying? It got to be. Him and Tay look good together. You know what I'm saying? But on the back end of it, I don't know. To me, it don't sit right with me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If that's what Cisco got to do to launch his career, in entertainment and in media, I understand that. You know what I'm saying? But and also I congratulate him for finding love. It looked like he found love. But like you said, you know what I mean? It just don't, something in the water don't seem right,
Yes, and for those of you who don't know who Chris is from the Never Ever Mets, Chris was on Ready to Love. I think it was the Houston season. He was a curveball, a little bit out the way, and there was this other woman on the Never Ever Mets. It might have been a time overlap thing with Ready to Love. It was a lot, because then there was Kiara, I think. Not Kiara, but the young lady that was also from that season. They dated it. Damn, y'all. Okay. Good Lord Jesus.
Actually, the girl that he dated was for a season after he came on. Because Chris was there. Chris was there with Jessica.
Yes.
The other girl was there when LaRon and I think LaRon and what's that guy?
Grandma
Ye. No, he wasn't. Chris was on there with Grandma Ye. Yes, Chris was on there with Grandma Ye. The girl that he was dating, he was on there with that dude LaRon. You remember LaRon had caught the attitude and at the picnic. Then he was on there with him. I forgot who else. Chris, you remember the guys?
I do. It was the one guy who was arrogant enough to believe that he didn't do nothing wrong, and then announced at the reunion that he was getting married. And there was one other dude who was an arrogant bastard, and they were the
Backstreet Boys. You remember the Backstreet Boys? They came on. Them.
Wait, we ain't got to insult the Backstreet Boys like that. Everybody is back as a hit. They ain't hits. I get what you mean, though, kid.
Yeah, you remember that?
I don't give a fuck what anybody says. When that song gets played, every black person knows that song. I don't give a fuck.
Everybody
listen.
Yeah.
It breaks through every cultural barrier. I listen. If that song gets played at a family reunion or a wedding, don't interrupt it. Let it be. That song was everybody's song. And that's not easy to do.
Yeah.
Because in the 90s, because listen, in the 90s, all you had was radio, TV, the beginning of the internet. It wasn't this. So the fact that all these years later, that song can still be that iconic where you hear the that, y'all. Some people make themselves amateurs and others move as legends, okay? Know the difference, distinction, to understand between the two before you open up your mouth. Amen. Praise him. Hallelujah. Yes, indeed. So, with all that, Great commentary being said by the wonderful Q and Gigi. We're here at the trap, like I said, with
And our
Donna.
brother Braylon as well.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Listen, I do what I can for the people. Besides Gigi saying to me, go to the corner after a joke was set up with circumstances.
You out now. You out of timeout now, Bubba. You out of timeout.
Oh, come on! Wait a minute. Wait, I'm on timeout, but yet the brother who said Mr. Go Fund Me and said that was
Listen, you don't get punished for telling the truth. But when you speak, when you now, but when you speak a little, not low, you know what I'm saying? Not, I ain't gonna say not right, but
he was getting a little frisky. That was
Dominique want to take that bellow Italian meat down her throat, so I don't see what I did wrong here.
Listen, when you start channeling Chris's energy,
it's crazy.
That's too wild. You know what?
Italian meat down your throat is wild.
Well, bello is Italian.
That is crazy.
The point is, these circumstances are
now. See, you see why he has to go to the corner. See,
crazy. Italian
you just
meat
got
down
out
your
the
throat.
corner.
Italian meat down your throat is insane. Wow. He didn't even say pause or nothing. Italian meat.
Listen,
boy,
I don't know if you got Lauren beat with the names. Boy, that is crazy.
Boy, somebody is choosing all of the smoke today. Boy, that boy is fresh off the smoker. Boy, I'm trying to tell you. Baby back braid. That's what I'm calling you. Baby
oh my God. That's to me is true, baby back braid.
Baby back braid. Baby back braid, boy. That boy off the smoker.
That is crazy. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that boy said that. You want that Italian meat down your throat.
That just made my head hurt laughing.
Right here. Bello let me zoom in here. Bello, meaning beautiful in Italian, relates to Italian meats through brands like Bello Italiano, offering antipasto packs with salami and cheese. And restaurants like Cuco Bello, home-style Italian comfort food, highlighting key Italian meats such as prosciutto, salami, mortadella, pancetta, and soprasca. Celebrated for their authentic flavors and traditional curing methods. You get culture on this damn show. You get beyond the show. You get comedy. We do the damn work. Shit.
I hear you, baby back.
I can only imagine Gigi's husband rewatching these shows like
that is crazy.
Out your mouth and YouTube allows it. Like really, this went live across the world, and like there wasn't no panel to review it.
Never to be brought back. Never. You can't never rewind it. Never to be erased. Never to be erased.
Oh my God. This damn show we do. All right, y'all. We do have more show. So let's get to it. So we're at the Trap, which is a yoga and massage studio. Shout out to the entrepreneurship businesses and Black-owned businesses at that on this show. So we got group date: Nicole, Donna, Ashley, Vince, Stephen, and Chris. We already talked about, they were stretching. Donna and Nicole was doing so good, according to Ashley, but everyone else did not. Then Vince said Diddy pose, which is the title of the episode. Donna and Chris. Donna said no romantic connection, but willing to get to know him better. And Chris did overpower the conversation. And here's the thing, right? I think sometimes when you overpower the conversation, that might be a nervous tick. I don't think you mean to do that. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to seem like you're not investing, but you do also have to let them breathe. And then after that, you know about being overly romantic is off-putting to girls. Some girls will eat that up, right? But this is what I've realized. Girls love romance. Women love security. Let me say that. Girls want romance. Women want security. Girls want romance. Women want security. Okay. Just keeping it.
Well, shit. Call me a girly woman because I want both.
You know, Gigi, I was just trying to. You're right. You can have both, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Listen, you can make me a GoFundMe if you deposit in romance and stability. I don't necessarily need the financial part because I can get that myself.
Say that. Hold up. Say that again.
She says she doesn't mind depositing into. That's what she said.
Not what it's saying.
Say that again.
I don't mind you making me a GoFundMe as long as you deposit in romance and stability. Don't need the financial part because you can get, I can get that myself.
That's called a G funding. A G funding. Yeah, that's tough. That to me. That right there.
That's what you call the real retirement fund.
Yes. That's called got that ring. That what that is, yeah.
I cannot believe you said I don't mind you making a GoFundMe as long as you deposit in me, knowing that there's different ways to deposit. There's Venmo, there's PayPal, there's
You know what? That's where your mind goes. But I just said what it is.
But
as long as you deposit,
there's different ways to deposit into people, Gigi. What are you talking about? I'm saying
it definitely is.
Right now. Oh my God. I got what you meant. I'm taking the inch and making the mile, ladies and gentlemen. I'm doing my job.
But listen, what I'm about to say, I hope nobody takes offense to this because there is nothing wrong with this at all, okay? But why did I just picture Christina being the type of person that goes to the store and will put like a debit card in front of an EBT card because she don't want nobody to know that she really got debit or EBIT? So she try to pretend like she really paying, but she really swiping that government assistance.
I'm not doing this with you. Nope. I am not doing this with
you. Okay. All right. I'll go to the corner myself. It's all right. It's all right.
Thank you.
I got snacks over there anyway. I get sent to the corner enough. It's all right.
Your time starts now. Your time starts now. Your time starts now. Your time starts now.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I love this damn show. I love these damn people so damn much. Oh my God. Okay. God, okay, I gotta collect myself mentally. She really actually said that.
And then all I say is also, I don't smoke crack. Crack is whack. I make way too much money to smoke crack.
Crack is whack.
Good Lord Jesus. Good Lord Jesus. Well, listen.
All right, so back to talking about Chris and Donna.
Yeah,
because let's just talk about this real quick, and then we can go ahead and move on because I think we've spent a lot of time before the show talking about the show before we actually get into the show. That's crazy. But can I just say with Chris and Donna, like last episode, I was feeling something about Chris just because of his uncertainty, and I almost felt like he would at some point like self-eliminate just because I feel like he wasn't really able to open himself up to make certain connections like he thought he was. And with him kind of like having that issue with, I guess, not knowing what would happen, I just kind of seen that, self-elimination
I
happening.
thought about that too, actually.
But him talking to, no, I was just saying him talking to Donna though, and him expressing the fact like, hey, I talk so much because that was like a coping mechanism, or even like a way for him to a safety thing for him, I guess. But I still, it's like, okay, you can talk a lot, but if your words still don't have substance, your conversation's still empty. So where are you going with what you're saying? So I don't know, like, not surprised he's eliminated, but yeah, his uncertainty last episode kind of made me feel like I didn't see him going much further in any further episodes, or even with the process.
I didn't see it like that. I thought that, that was just kind of a moment in time of recognizing the reality of it. You know what I mean? To use, a Whitney Houston song, Chris is like, I want my love to be your love, but sometimes that doesn't happen. You know what I mean? Besides crack being whack. But with that being said, though, and this is what I have to say about being a, conversationalist, a yapper, this, that, and the third. Like Gigi so articulately stated, you can speak just as long as your words have weight. So even though Q and Gigi have went to the corn tonight, and I have not, because these circumstances keep happening to me. I have not been to the corn tonight, contrary to popular belief. But with that being said, don't worry, y'all. Q and Gigi gonna get on me as soon as I'm done, as they should. But anyway, even though I'm making all these jokes and we're doing what we're doing, we still have weight to what we say, right? Because we have to be able to give the information about the episode, but also make it soulful enough where you feel that this is in addition to the episode. Or better yet, if you don't watch the show, but you watch the show through us, you feel like you have a full episode. Now, Q and Gigi will take me to task about me not going to the corner tonight in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, y'all go ahead.
Oh, I gotta say one thing.
Sure.
Yeah, your turn. Corner.
Thank you for believing my name.
Let me go ahead and get my crying roll together. I know where I'm going. I know it. Let me get it on the rocks. I already know where I'm going. But on a serious note, on this clip, this clip is so funny. Not even funny, because Donna was on the bottom.
Yes.
Last week. You know what I'm saying? So your take, and you should be trying to build a connection. You know what I'm saying? You should be trying. You know what I'm saying? I feel like being very open, But instead, I feel like she's very critical of Chris. You know what I'm saying? But one thing about this process is you can't come into this process with you got to know who you are, and you got to stand on it. Through and through. You know what I'm saying? So you can't be worried about, am I about to get eliminated? Only thing you can really do is, give your best. Give your best and live with it. Because she was sitting there saying last week, well, I wanted my person not on the show, and I feel like a lot of times his insecurity within himself caused him not to make the connections that he needed to make. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty Chris, the way he talked, throughout the show, so I was like, oh, Buddy seemed like he can hold a conversation. He seemed like he can hold the audience as well. You know what I mean? So it's crazy when you can see stuff within somebody they don't see within themselves. You know what I'm saying? So I do believe he has the capacity and the capability to do it. But if you don't believe you can do it, that's the one thing you miss is the belief. So I just think Chris needs to, dig a little deeper and just believe in himself. He'll be all right.
How often in life do we get in our own way? You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes the person can see so much good in us, but because of, past traumas or just because we truly don't understand ourselves, we don't understand how they can see something different. And sometimes it can get to a point where you argue with a person because how many times have you heard, how can you tell me who I am? You don't know me like me. You know what I'm saying? You don't know me. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, well, I can see different qualities in you that you may not see in yourself. And it's just like, a person on the outside looking in. You can see the structural damage of a house when you're on the outside looking at it. But the person on the inside might not be able to see it because they're on the inside. They can't tell, hey, this house is about to fall down. You need to get out.
Right.
So, yeah, I think with that, it's like you definitely have to look within yourself. And maybe none will get to you. Maybe he was just too nervous in this process because he did seem like a good guy. Like, we're, not going to take nothing from him. He definitely seemed like he was a good guy who, could be somebody who could really be looking for love, but this process might not have been something he was ready for. And that's something else that we have to understand is these people are on a show called Ready to Love. They may be ready to love, but they might not be ready to love in this process because this process is a little bit different from your regular dating, process. So this process can make things a little bit different. It'll bring out anxiety. It'll make you nervous. It'll, have you worried about things that you might not have thought about. And then with the whole process of you having to either meet, someone's family or the person in your family so soon, and your ex or your friend, that is challenging and it's nervous because, unless you tell the person ahead of time, like, yo, don't mention nothing about this, don't say this, don't say that, then, you got to worry about what might be said and what come out, and then how those people are going to react about what someone else has said about you. So, I completely understand, the nervousness, but also you got to kind of get out of that and take that off before going through the process. Because you definitely have to have, a strong mental capacity to be, one, on television in general, to be in front of a camera that many hours knowing that so many people are going to see
Exactly.
That's a process. That's nervousness. No, you got to be, sometimes you got to be the person that you want people to see, but it's hard because you don't even know who that person really is. And it all will come out. It will all come out. So,
and I will say this. I think with Donna, I think that with her, she is at a slower I'll put it like this. She's at a tempo that works for her, but she may not have the capacity to want to open up that tempo based on that person. That's her right? But I also feel too that in the same token, just because Chris has that mechanism to cope doesn't mean that that's all of him. And so, to me, I feel like Chris will be just fine, like you said, Gigi and Q, in so many words too. And I think Donna will be fine as well. And sometimes things just don't work. You know what I mean? But I do think Chris will be okay. Like I said, I really do believe Chris could go to the Food Network and get a show out of this, or even on OWN, because OWN needs content. But Chris can get other people. I think he'll be fine.
Because, and I'm gonna say this from a producer standpoint, he has a look that is great for television, and it's him being a cook. There's an aesthetic that he has that would definitely be great for the Food Network.
Mm-hmm.
So he has, this right here, even if in his mind, he really was here for love, and this wasn't just a game for him. This wasn't just a, I'm trying to get my name out there. I'm just trying to be this type of person. Even if that wasn't his intention, that does not mean that that is not what the goal was for God's plan.
Yeah.
You know, so I feel like there's some opportunities that definitely will open up for him. And Braylon, you're absolutely right. The Food Network should definitely give him a call and go ahead and send him on over there.
Absolutely.
But I'm gonna tell you something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just one more thing. We said on here, the process, just because this person's not here, does not mean his process isn't here in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's gonna find his person.
This is just a way to find love, not the only way to find love.
Exactly, bro. Well said. Great point, Gigi. Great point. But I'm gonna tell you something, right? I remember back in the day, going to try to talk to a girl. You know what I'm saying? She might like you, she might don't. But to find out, you done stepped outside your comfort zone, and you done gave her your best effort, and she turned you down and said no. You know what I'm saying? Imagine that in the front of the whole world.
Yeah. You're right. That's naive.
That's kind of like, hey, that was, ooh. So I first off, I salute the men and women who decide to, try and even find love on this platform. You know what I'm saying? On reality TV. I really salute you, because when you put your feelings out there, when you really trust the process and give the process everything you can, you know what I'm saying? And it does not go your way, you know what I'm saying? That could be a little hard. That can be very, that could be a hard pill to swallow, you know what I'm saying? Because not only did, not just one person seeing it, everybody see it, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, kudos to Chris. I'm gonna tell you one thing about it. If you're a shooter, you gotta shoot. You know what I'm saying? So
Yep.
I'm not saying you need to change your approach or anything like that, because it might just not be your cup of tea. This process might not be your cup of tea. You know what I mean? And I'm real hopeful for you. I just want you to believe in yourself a little bit more.
Absolutely. And not to mention too, sometimes, as we've seen with Fritz and I cannot remember that woman's name.
Shanice.
Thank you both. Shanice and Fritz last season. That happened after the show, right? So, we won't know until the reunion, but things have happened on the reunion. That, hey, it's real after the reunion. You know what I mean? So, Linnell, still a welcome in. Good to see you. And Jaguar_actual, welcome back, and glad to have you back here. Yes, indeed. So, then we go to Gigi's favorite person, Vince, and Nicole.
You know what? Nicole made it dirty. Like I said, I'm very shocked at seeing a different side of him. Like, he's definitely one of those people, like, you definitely just got to get to know him, and he'll definitely grow on you. So him and Cardi are definitely the two that have, especially Cardi. Cardi kind of surprised me, because at first I was like, I'm just really not sure where he's going.
Right.
Can't quite pin it, but he's surprising me a lot too. But yeah, Vince is starting to grow on me, but he still seems a little like he could still be a little annoying. But I'm gonna give it to him. That's all. He's growing. It's hard to say, but he's doing good. Yeah.
The thing I love about our crew so much is that you really have to have all your senses engaged, heightened, and electrified to the max, because there is no reaction time on this show. So as soon as I said that, you know what, you mother... Okay. Okay. All right. I got you. We still got more show. You know that, right? But it's all in love, though. So, with that being said, so we got, like I said, Vince and Nicole, and they are stretching each other. And this is a very special moment for both of them. Nicole wants to have kids, and she's afraid of being a bad mom or not being adequate enough. Which, Nicole, let me just say this to you. First of all, let me applaud you, because you have more sense than some women out here that already mothers that ain't taking care of their responsibilities. And there are some dads that ain't taking care of their responsibilities either. Some men ain't doing it either. Since y'all want to be equal opportunity, we'll do that. But I do want to, say that whatever fear you have, that fear is only coming up because you actually give a fuck. Never apologize for being responsible for how you feel and how you want to move accordingly. Okay? I just wanted to say that. And then Vince, no, go ahead, Gigi. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't say anything.
Okay. And then Vince, he said that, his kids being in the 4th grade, he had a conversation with his kids, and he said, listen, I've never been a parent before, so I'm learning stuff as well. And his daughter, kids say the darndest things. But sometimes the kids are the great equalizer of translation. And the daughter said, so we're raising you too, right? And, Vince said, just know that as long as you're giving your best and you're doing what you can, you are being a very good mom. What did y'all think about this? Like I said, I truly love this season. I mean, the dates are hitting. The emotions are hitting. You feel like by the end of this season, there's going to be actual couples that you actually are going to want to follow on social media. Like, you hope OWN have some spinoff shows. You hope the Ready to Love universe that we've been giving away for fucking free on this show finally is happening. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. This season already has given us so much more than what we have gotten in previous seasons. And the dates, the conversations, we've spoken about this so many times, the conversations are so pointful. Like, they are definitely conversations that make you think. They're conversations that are beyond just the basics of what are you looking for. You know what I'm saying? These are actually hitting on things that kind of touch your core. And I just want to commend Nicole for a second, just because for her to be able to express a fear like that, and not only a fear, but to also tell the truth, because she said, I tell people that I don't want kids, but the truth is I'm scared to admit her fear and the truth that I do want kids, but that right there is it. She applauds to her. She, not only did you express that with somebody that you might not really, fully know, and you also did it on national television. You did this where a lot of people know now.
Yes.
But you don't understand how much this has impacted other women. And there are so many women who feel the same way. And there's men who feel the same way too. Even when, they have a person that men who were married in relationships, even one night stands. And sometimes there have been even, men who've gotten vasectomies because of that fear. So to express that, for her to do that, that is definitely, I feel like, opened up a conversation piece for people who have those same fears. And this also made me look at Vince another way. This is another reason why I'm like, hats off to him and kudos, because for him to give her that comfort in a time like that when she's expressing something so vulnerable about herself and instead of him turning this into an opportunity to be goofy, he actually made this into a lesson that was very impactful and very um, to the point. And for him to have that example to say, hey, parents don't always get it. Like, we aren't starting from, you know, a full manual. Sometimes the manuals that we start from have pages. Just like, you know, the TD Jake thing. We have to understand that our parents, we didn't come from parents that were completely together. They were broken through. So, you know, this conversation definitely touched on a lot of points, and I just keep loving this season. I cannot wait for the next episode. I can't even wait for the next conversation, and you know that's very rare. Because normally we're just like, oh my God, y'all are just like, y'all just sitting here adding conversations just to fill time. Like, that was pointless, who cares? But these, I'm like, oh, these conversations are good. Like, I'm liking them. So, yeah, I agree with you. I definitely respect this conversation, respect them. Definitely applaud Nicole, and I look forward to seeing. I actually look forward to seeing if they could grow something. Now, I do feel like him and Shannon might, or no, Shannon and Devon are a little bit better, but I would like to see him and Nicole grow something more and possibly see what connection they can grow. Because maybe that can also help her get away from this connection and this unrequited love that she has for Ed.
Yes, absolutely. Very well said, and everything that you said, and sincerely, vulnerability and the candor of, listen, whether I find love or not, I'm gonna give everything I got. Very, very well said. Did you want to say something else before I throw over to Q, rather?
I don't know.
Okay, Q, go ahead, brother. What's your take?
Yeah, great take, Gigi. Great take. One thing that I'm gonna say is every woman cannot make every man, cannot pull something out of every man. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I think that conversation, her name is Shannon, right?
This conversation right here, that's Nicole.
Okay, Nicole. Okay. Nicole, I feel like really made a safe space for Vince to open up. And I applaud Vince for being vulnerable enough to express his challenges as well. You know what I'm saying? So absolutely. More conversations like this is needed in this space because I feel like a lot of times while Vince, his kids, you know, are raising him. And I can say the same thing for me too. You know what I'm saying? My son has really opened my eyes to a lot of different things. And I would say at times I feel like he's raising me as well. But we can also say the same thing for Ready to Love. You know what I mean? Ready to Love is really helping people date outside of the show and ask more questions along the way too. And express themselves a lot more too. You know what I mean? Absolutely. Because like Gigi was saying, I know there's other women and also other men who feel that way, you know? But for Vince to open up and say, okay, these are the challenges I've been through, you know what I'm saying? I'm going through. I'm like, you know, the only thing you can really do is give your best effort. Yeah. Give your best effort and live with the outcome. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You know, because you don't know the possibilities of who you're birthing. You know what I'm saying?
So that's the word.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the word.
So just give yourself the opportunity to grace in the space. And I can tell she's very critical of herself, which is a good and a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? Because of her connection with Ed, you know what I'm saying? And she's very thought out, you know what I'm saying? Very detailed thought, you know what I'm saying, on on edge. So you see that with a lot of, you know, I forgot her occupation, but she has a very.
She's a pageant. She's a pageant holder, and she's a university professor. And I said this last week too. She has so much soul to her.
That
she doesn't allow the fact that she knows a lot or that she's on a title to be her soul.
Yeah.
I feel like, you know, me and you could hang out where we would have a great time. I mean, remember who was the woman from last season that, you know, that we both said, like, listen, I think it was Tay, or something. Well, it was one woman that we both said that normally wouldn't be our type, but we gave her that great. No, it was Rose. I think it was Rose. Until Rose, you know, she wilted on the reunion. But it
wasn't Rose. It wasn't Rose for me. It was the light-skinned girl who she had the conversation
Roxy.
with Cam.
What's her name? Roxy?
Not Rocky. Not
Roxy.
She had the conversation with Cam. Her and Cam had like a little thing going on.
You mean Angie?
Angie was the one. Yes.
Okay, I got you.
Angie, yes. Angie had an amazing personality and also an amazing view on life. And I would say the same thing for Nicole. Nicole seemed dope, man. Dope.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Dope. And I hate to see her get into the wrong situation, you know what I'm saying, because of I feel like she has a pure heart. You know what I mean? So
she definitely does. And like I said, it's refreshing to see that while people have titles and responsibilities, they can bring their soul to the table. And I feel like, you know, these people that are on this season, this is who they are off camera. Like, I don't really have any doubting thoughts that if I ever got to meet them, that they would switch up. I feel like if I hanged out with Nicole, she would say, "Hey, Bray, how's it going?" Like, the energy she gives here, she would give to anybody and everybody, as long as you were good.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, and to know that in your head, you can't say that about everybody. You know what I mean? So we're not exalting her like a god, but it's nice to see that, you know, Black people can be more than what can be said about us. Amen. So, yeah.
And another thing, let's give it up for Vince as well.
Absolutely.
For Vince to take the critique from women and show us another side of himself is dope. You know what I'm saying? Okay, yes, I did have this mishap. I did have this mishap right here. You know what I'm saying? But that's not me solely. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I can be playful. Yes, I can be all these different things, but I'm gonna also show you that, you know, that's a serious side to me. I have a heart as well. So I gotta give a shout out to Vince, because I think he sees the moment, you know what I'm saying? And he really expressed himself very well, you know what I'm saying? So hopefully, you know, we can see more of this life, see Vince more in this life.
Yeah, absolutely. Jaguar Actual says, true, but your parents' experience doesn't have to be your experience. Being scared of being a bad parent is natural, but there are a lot more avenues of information on parenting than back in the day. That is very factual. Very, very, very factual. I think I told y'all the story before. I was back home in Arkansas. I was talking to my cousin on our street that I grew up on. And I said to her, listen, the best piece of advice I can give you is every second chance you wish you could have, give it to your kid. And she was like, you're not a parent. I'm like, but you see where I'm at, right? My parents have been married for over 20 years. I'm outside in a loving family. So listen, just because I don't have no kids don't mean I haven't picked up on how to be loved on. Okay. So shout out to Vince for being great people. Go ahead.
Just because you ain't never changed a flat tire don't mean you don't know how to do it.
Come on now. Listen.
You know?
That part right there. You don't know why I can do it unless you ask. Let the person say amen.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, thigh game is on point. Donna, I see you. Okay, you work out there. Okay, listen, there's something there. All right, listen, and not to look at y'all. Look at y'all matching with the blue and pink, y'all cute little couple. Anyway, now we're with Donna and Steven. Why am I extra like this?
They actually are cute together. Like I don't
Yeah.
know why they look cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, for sure they are. And I'm trying to think, are these ice coolers? Because I'm just like, to be on the outside like this, like I'm sure like they had, you know, what y'all don't see, right? They are mic'd up. What you don't see is that there are, you know, 2 on the ground producers. There's a cameraman. There's a boom mic. There's a light. Y'all ain't seeing all that, but that's the other side of everything. Gigi, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're all right. Yeah.
So,
and those look like those could be like a stepping block.
Oh god.
Right up there.
Okay, I can see that too.
They could record. I don't know. Yeah, it kind of looks like stepping block.
Yeah, I can definitely see that as well. So
now, Donna, you know good and well, you ain't work out that hard for your hair to be looking like that. You know good and well. Donna, I ain't buying it, Donna. You did not work out that hard. You did not work out that hard.
The reason why Q is feeling this way is because Donna, to start off the conversation, she said that she broke a sweat, right? So to give some context conjecture.
I don't think so.
So there is a gap of dating 7 years, and so Donna explains at the end of her 20s, at the beginning of her 30s, she said, "Nope, I'm going to give myself a break and get to know myself, maybe even do something, because the old self is not who I want to be." And so, you know, Donna asked Steven, you know, how do you deal and flow, and how do you think about relationships when it comes to women? You know, is your mom your foundation or what have you? And Steven said that his mom passed away. And, you know, what I really loved about this conversation is, first of all, Donna is regulated now. Because remember, in the last episode, everybody was saying, well, there's a disconnect, this, that, the third. And even Steven said, I got to know a little bit about Donna. So what this process goes to show you is you really don't know what you like until you taste it. I'm talking about ice cream, everybody, as a metaphor. Calm down. Good Lord Jesus. Just, I try to give metaphors that make sense on this show, okay? But Steven, he didn't want to, you know, eat Donna's flavor. But, you know, now he's like, you know what? I can get a pint of that, you know. Give me a to-go pint. You know, I'm not ready for the big quart yet, but, you know, I'm open to that. So what did y'all think of this conversation?
I thought it was a good conversation between them. In this process, I will say it over and over again, these conversations are so good. And to let you know that they are actually understanding the assignment, and honey, they are acing it. Because these conversations are deep. Her asking him basically about his upbringing to see kind of how he views relationships. You know, yeah, we should not, our parents shouldn't dictate, you know, who we are as people. But let's just be realistic. Our upbringing does play a major part in who we are. Now, in that upbringing, it's up to us to decide if we're going to stay trapped or if we're going to break free from the trauma. And if, you know, it's something loving, okay, we're going to take that and transfer that into the life that you want. But also make sure you add in you so that you're living your life as well.
Absolutely.
But for Steven to express, you know, the fact that his mother passed away, and he finds himself actually leaning towards, you know, women to get information instead of men, so that, because that's kind of like, that's the part that he's missing.
Right.
For a man, you know, it's easy to go to another man because that's what they say. Well, nope, only a man can teach you how to be a man. That's true, you're a man. But the love of a woman, there's something about it that only you can receive from a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times that's that missing element when it comes to kids. It's the same way with girls. Girls missing their father, there's that element that is missing. So for him to say like, hey, this is something that I feel like is missing, but it's also something that is shaping me into who I am because I have a better understanding. I feel like that was very insightful into him and for Donna to listen and to actually, express the fact that she respects where he's coming from. She actually understands and, they actually had that time together. I feel like that was meaningful because even with them not having such a strong connection, just having that conversation where you can actually open up about certain feelings that you have with somebody, it can make a connection. So I like it. I respect it. And I mean, I still see him in Asante, but I feel like this could be something that could help Donna hang on, maybe just a little bit more.
Yeah. Very well said with everything that you said. Q, what's your take on this conversation between Donna and Stephen?
I think Stephen is kind of, I think Stephen is pretty wise. You know what I'm saying? I forgot exactly the phrase "wise beyond his years."
Mm-hmm.
I like the subtleness, the calmness in him. The way he expresses himself, does a great job. I really feel like Donna enjoyed the conversation. I kind of feel like there's a possibility of a connection, but I'm not really too sure yet. Just because I feel like Donna, she's a straight thinker, and I kind of feel like Steven can go around the corner, come back, go to the basketball court, grab a snack. And Donna, like, all thing you had to do was go straight down the road. You know what I'm saying? She's such a literal thinker. You know what I'm saying? But Steven, the type of person, I feel like, even they went to the tie-dye. One of his dates was he decided to go to a tie-dye.
Yes, with Enchante, yes.
You know what I mean? So he's more, he like to express himself in other ways. So I don't know if Donna could accept the way he would express himself and express the way he would express love. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I think she might be like, well, you say you love me and do X, Y, and Z, X, Y, and Z. I feel like it's black and white with her. You know what I'm saying? With him, it's just multifaceted. You know what I'm saying?
I do see that. And let me say this too, and I think we all can admit there is the as I often say, there's yourself and there's your damn self, right? Would it be fair to say that maybe Donna has never had the chance to be her damn self because she never has allowed herself to be in a space to let that happen? And so maybe this conversation can kind of let her know, like, hey, it's okay to breathe. Or do you think because she is so downtrodden in her mindset, Q, that's just who she is?
I think that's what she became.
Okay.
She had 2 relationships, that didn't work out.
Right.
And then she had to go reinvent herself. And I think through the process, sometimes, we'll shut ourselves down and we'll shut the world out. You know what I mean? So we want things to look a certain way when we reopen ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So for her, I don't think that she's allowed herself to be herself yet. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that she has. You know what I mean? So I feel like she goes for something familiar. I feel like Vince might be familiar to her. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I think she's going that route. But I think eventually they might bump heads. You know what I'm saying? But I really feel like Nicole is a more natural fit for Vince, if you ask me. Him and Donna, they're gonna have to work it out. You know what I'm saying? But I don't feel like Donna has allowed herself just to let her hair down and just, I don't think she gave herself that space yet.
I can respect that and see that.
Is
By the
Donna
way,
the one that has multiple degrees?
Yes.
Yes, I
Yes.
believe so. Yes.
Okay, because I was just off what Q was saying is maybe that is her way of comforting herself is by staying busy. So her opening up and being her true authentic self, she hasn't been able to do because she's staying so busy with school and doing other things to occupy her time. So all she knows is, studying or learning. But, instead of learning and trying to solve new problems, she's she's forgetting that she's the main factor in the equation.
Mm-hmm.
So she needs to figure out herself before she can solve the problem.
Woo, that was a word.
Yeah.
Before you make a problem, that's a word right there.
Yeah.
Or, she's the army mathematician who isn't religious. I would say yes and no. I mean, I think when it comes to politics and religion, it's a very radioactive topic. The way I always try to come about every conversation that we've had on Braylon's virtual tour, and Gigi and Q have been on some of those tours with me. I know Q is a dad, but also too, I know that sometimes he watches my content as well. Always think of, what is this conversation about? What's the weight of this conversation? And then create a container or the boundaries to have that conversation. And the reason why that's my format is not just because I'm a good broadcaster, host, and this, that, and the third, but also too, conversations only get toxic if you don't understand the why and the weight of the conversation. And with religion, Kurt Franklin made a whole album called Losing My Religion. And there's one song called Road Trip where he says, pack a smile, this road won't be easy. Doubt you will believe me, but sometimes just know it's going to be all right. Hold on tight. It's about to be amazing when you see where God is taking you. I can't wait for you to know that it's going to be all right. You notice in those lyrics I just said there was nothing about church. It was about the relationship. And some people have fallen out of relationship with God, maybe because of something that happened in the church house. Maybe it was a situation where it's like, God, you really doing this to me? And they lost all faith. So I get what you're saying, Jaguar_actual, but also too, we don't know the magnitude of her faith. And sometimes, like my mama said, not every Christian is a Christian. Sometimes there are people who are atheists and everything else that are more kind than Christians. So when it comes to that for Donna, if she reveals that in due time of maybe why spirituality is hard for her, that will be her business. But also too, I think it's about the totality of her, if that makes any sense. Not excusing God because he's Alpha Omega in my life, but that doesn't mean that other people haven't struggled through religion or even, their stance on politics. You know what I mean? Child, you want to see a fucked up history. Some people got into politics because their family got into politics. Some people got into politics because wrong was done to them. So it's not so much the platform of the subject that's heavy. It is the way that people are connected to it, what they went through that makes it heavy.
And I'm gonna tell you another thing. One thing about religion, and also Christianity, sometimes you don't have the information to believe. So, I remember, Gigi probably know what I'm talking about. I'm not exactly sure if you're familiar. It's a rapper called NLE Chopper. And he was having
that name sounds familiar.
Yeah, he was having a conversation on Kurt Franklin's, I guess, podcast or his show,
Yes.
Yes. And he was saying that he believes, he'll believe and he believes in God, but he believes Jesus Christ is more of a brother in the sense of a savior. You know what I'm saying? Because he came on the earth and he lived amongst the people. You know what I'm saying? So he was saying that Jesus is more of a brother than God in human form. So I say all that to say, sometimes we just don't. When he made that comment, another person that was on that show was saying, well, you might need to go back and read your Bible again. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like in that instant, from my belief, I believe he was uninformed in his belief. And that's possible. You know what I'm saying? That's why you have elders. That's why you have pastors. That's why you have other religious believers to give you a better understanding of what you believe. You know what I'm saying? So in Donna's situation, I know she believes that there is a Christ. She believes in God. But as far as the depth of an understanding, she might don't have an understanding of everything else. She might just need more leadership and guidance. You know what I'm saying? In that area, it's possible. But for you to sit back and say she an atheist and this and this and this and that, I'm just like, that was so disturbing because I didn't get that.
Right.
I feel like the guys, really made a big fuss about, nothing, because they might need a better understanding themselves, because that's not what she was saying at all.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and let's just say we have to have a better understanding of when people say, "Okay, I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual," because there is a difference, and that those are just because you're religious or spiritual doesn't mean you don't believe. You just might not go to church. You just might not feel like, okay, well, I have to be in church every other day, for majority of the day in order for me to reach a relationship with Yehovah. Like I can't reach my, you know, I can't get on my journey or my path if I'm not in a church. If I'm not having a preacher preach to me about what's in this Bible, then I can't make it to heaven. That's not true. And it doesn't mean that you don't believe just because you don't go there, believe that that's the only way for you to get to heaven. No, that just means like, hey, I have a personal journey and my personal relationship with the Heavenly Father that might not require me to have to go into this building. Because that's all it is a building.
Right.
But also with that, it's like, how do I say this? No one's saying like, you don't believe or you're an atheist, which, I mean, them saying that was just outrageous to even imply that that's what she meant. But let's just break something down real quick, okay? When it comes, because a lot of people, and this is kind of regarding the comment you said about, another topic, and the person said, well, you need to go read your Bible. Well, let's take a look at this Bible. Okay? Well, we need to understand, especially as Black people, is the Bible that we have now, what we see, not the real Bible. And it's definitely not the Bible that was made for us. The things that are said in the Bible were twisted and made to use to suppress us during slavery. It was used to manipulate us into believing that we were better off and meant to be slaves to white people, and we had to serve them as our masters.
Mm-hmm.
So certain beliefs when it comes to religion are not the true religion. You really need to understand. That's why you guys just heard me say Yehovah instead of saying Jesus, or instead of saying God, Yeshua, like Adonai instead of Lord, because it's like, go back and read the actual Hebrew Bible. Like, understand fully. I feel like people need to truly, get a better understanding of what spirituality is and what religion is in order to really judge someone for saying, hey, I don't believe this. I think something different, you know? And if you look at the Bible, like there are a lot of things in each sect, in Buddhism and Hinduism and Christianity and Catholicism, whatever it is, there are a lot of things that are similar. A lot of beliefs that are all similar. So why is it that you would have to go into these places in order to get that same message when you can get that message yourself? And how many times have we seen in these churches, some of these churches be some of the most corrupt places ever.
True.
Pastor sleeping with this one, that one, you preaching about fidelity and how Christ says that you're supposed to only have one wife, and this was just you sleeping with 3 congregation members, plus the bass player and the deacon, plus you taking money from the leaky building fund that's been leaking since 1997, and you still ain't put not one shingle up.
Crazy. I ain't lying. I ain't changed one toilet in there.
Ain't changed. Yo, every Sunday there is never no toilet paper in the bathroom, but you just pulled up in a Rolls Royce. Make this make sense.
But I'm gonna tell you one thing, and we can move on. When it comes to religion, everybody has a journey that they're on.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? And just because your journey does not line up identical to mine, you know what I'm saying, does not exclude you from moving forward. Now, if you practice Catholicism and I practice Buddhism, our religions might don't line up. Preferably, you know what I'm saying, in love, you know what I'm saying? So it might be best for us to go our separate ways, you know what I'm saying? But if we both were pretty much saying that we were Christians, I don't see why not try to explore that connection if, you know, your religions line up how you want them to. You know what I'm saying? So I would say everybody stay on their journey. You know what I mean? Whatever makes you a better person. But my belief, you know what I'm saying, it's my belief. You know what I'm saying? If you share the same belief, that's amazing. You know what I mean? But you can't knock nobody or call them atheists because of a comment. I would say get to know that person more. That shouldn't exclude her from being ready to love, you know what I'm saying? Because all of those guys, you know, might proclaim Christianity and none of them live it. You know what I mean? So
that's right.
Yeah, so in that vein, you know what I mean, just take what she said. And if you have more questions, go ask her. And the person who made the biggest mess out of all this, the joker not even ready to love.
Right. No, you're
right. I was just about to say that.
Not even giving it, you know what I'm saying? The nigga not even trying to love.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So how can you give that assessment? Like,
I was just thinking that. I was like, wait a minute. The person who even went back and said that just shows, like, one, you can't even listen to a person. Because not once did she say she was atheist. And she clearly said she's spiritual. She's not religious. She's spiritual. There's a difference. But you took that as, I mean, because she didn't believe completely with what you believe in, that it's either all or nothing, which is very wrong. And that's very deceptive because now you've taken this comment into the man's thought, and the men are now judging her off this biased comment that you basically made up. And like you said, you're not even ready to love. But yet you're throwing this shade on her because it didn't align with what you had going on. Yeah. So that's crazy. But yeah, you definitely need to get to know a person, and it's good that Steven, you know, they were able to have a better conversation. Because even putting that aside, yeah, that is a big thing in a relationship because you want your goals and your values to align with the person that you're with, especially if you're talking about a lifetime with this person and you're really wanting to have marriage and love. But there are definitely ways still to work around that. Because if you haven't even seen, and I think I even said this last week, there are mixed racing religions now. Like I know you guys have possibly seen on social media where there's people get married, but they're from different religions. And when they get married, they might have one ceremony, celebrating in their style and in their tradition. And their other, they have a separate or another wedding celebrating
Absolutely.
the bride or the groom side and tradition. And before it was about conversion. Like you have to convert to my religion and do this and do that. But it's not so much like that because there's more understanding and more open mindedness now when it comes to relationships, religion, and just overall belief. So I think that needs to be taken into account too. But yeah, I feel like that was wrong of Ed to even spew that lie and kind of run with that narrative when that's not even what she said.
And not to mention too, on top of all the wonderful commentary that both of you said, Ed, you was cool with her after that date, bro. Let me say that 2 more times. You were cool with her after that date. One more time. You were cool with her after that date. And honestly, I believe that your word is your bond. It's not just based on the commitment that you give to a person, but it's how you carry yourself. That is also your word as well. And I want to take a moment out to just say how proud I am of what we just did. Because remember the formula I said, what is the conversation about and what's the weight of that? And that creates the circumstances and the container and what have you to have the conversation. We just had a whole conversation about religion. Nobody got upset. Nobody got pissed off. Nobody screamed. Because it takes every perspective to get to the finish line of your understanding. Let me say that 2 more times because that was a word right there. It takes every perspective for you to have the best understanding to get to the finish line of what matters for you. It takes every
Bingo
for you to gain an understanding of how to get to the finish line of what matters to you. Child. Don't y'all say we don't do our work on this damn show. Okay, listen. Woo, my Lord. Let me catch up on some comments here from Jaguar Actual. Jaguar Actual says she isn't a fan of organized religion. She's talking. They're talking. I think he's talking. Sorry, he's talking about Donna. She confirmed this by liking my comment when this was discussed on Facebook. As far as religion, you can't even confirm what a Christian is. There are over 50 denominations. There are Unitarian Christians, Trinitarian Christians. Additionally, I can say with extreme confidence, a lot of people who say they are Christians aren't. And then right here, agree, Gigi, the Bible has errors, contradictions, additions, and subtractions. Not you adding math terms to your commentary with a mathematician on the screen. Okay, then go off it, Jaguar_Actual. Different denominations don't agree with certain versions. The most popular version is the KJV, and it's the most flawed. The Bible never says that. There were many men in the Bible who had more than one wife. Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines. I do wonder how they took STD tests back in the day, but that's neither here nor there. And in fact, the Quran has the statement, marry only one. I'm going to gladly take myself to the corner after that comment. This is the one time I'm admitting tonight that I'm taking myself to the corner after the STD.
You know what? You want to know something that is so crazy that I learned a long time ago? And
yes,
it's crazy that you actually said that. Oh my God. So back in ancient times, and y'all can look this up if you think I'm just spewing shit. But back in ancient times, like certain royal court, if you caught something from like the emperor or the king or something, it was considered like status. It was like a good thing.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you got STD, that was a good thing.
Well, see, they didn't consider it, like an STD, of course. Like it was, like I don't know how to describe it. It wasn't like it was a sign that you were chosen in a way. Like it was, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so.
Hey, Nikki, it's good to see you, gorgeous.
So I don't know if y'all remember the Tyga and Kylie Jenner when they both had the herpes bump.
Yes.
And it was like the matching herpes bump, and it was like, oh, you got the herpes bump too, so you must get down with the king. Yes, I was with the king. Oh my God. You must be one of his new punks. Like, how did you know? Your herpes bump. Wow. It's kind of like that.
Well, see how much you learn on this damn show. You learn how people had
now,
sex.
listen, like I said, I learned this years and years and years ago, but that was like, are y'all serious? Like, excuse me? Just like this is crazy too. I heard like the royal women, you know how they wear those big huge dresses and stuff like that?
Yes.
Like for like those big parties. Well, they said that like they would have maids underneath their dresses with pans, so if they had to piss or shit, like they would collect them in these pans and wipe them so that they wouldn't have to leave the party, because like those parties would go for a long time. So listen, that part I don't know completely. I read it somewhere. I actually read it a couple places, so I'm like, this possibly could be some true shit. But yeah, I was like, in ancient times, the stuff that they would do, I mean, you gotta think, they didn't have the resources that we have back, like we have now. They didn't have real doctors. They didn't have ways to test and do certain things. Sometimes you didn't find out a person had something until they was dead. And you still didn't even know what it was that killed them. You just knew they was dead and possibly got to burn the body because they could be infectious. So, but yeah, that.
I mean, look at this. You got history. You got history, sex, and education on this show, and religion, and everything in between. I'm in the bushes baking pies for my neighbor. Well, glad to have you here, my friend. Love you, value, appreciate you, Nikki News. Always good to see you, my friend, for sure. Thank you for being good people.
Hey, Nikki News, I need a pie. Send me one. I don't know what kind it is, but I need a pie. Okay.
A bean pie preferably, my brother.
Oh no. Honestly, I prefer sugar cream pie. Listen.
Nope, my auntie here. I gotta be on my best behavior. I see a joke. I'm not going there. Nope.
We just gonna move on. Just move on.
I see where you going.
Look, I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to be good. I'm probably gonna break it. I'm probably gonna break it a little bit later on the show. But right now, that was a very wholesome comment. She's doing a good thing, so I'm just gonna roll on. Now we're with Ashley and Chris, which look, this is Solana and Gigi's face when I make a joke. Like, here's me. Now, listen. I'm not saying, right, that Christina just takes big slices of pie down her throat. I'm not saying that. But it might be true. And then this is Gigi and Solana. Really? You really just had to say that out your damn mouth. Now I told you we can't take your ass nowhere. What am I supposed to do? I was gifted from God with a mouth. But you also have to have you also have to have the movement of responsibility with your mouth. So just wanted to bring that up there between Chris and Ashley.
Ashley said, I'm really not trying to talk. I'm trying to get to my car. What you say? Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. You know what? My cat's calling me. I need to get home right now so I can walk my fish.
Basically, so Ashley and Chris have talked a few times over the phone and through text. Ashley, it's become challenging, and Chris is not having a good time. And there was a woman that ghosted him 4 to 5 months ago, and Chris fell fast. I will just say this, right? I think when it comes to falling fast, sometimes that is because of the comfort that you are experiencing, not because there's a connection building. I'm gonna say that 2 more times. Sometimes you might be falling fast because the comfort is giving you, not because of the connection that is building. Sometimes you'll fall fast, not because of the connection that is building, but because of the comfort that it brings you. And so here's the thing, right? If you allow yourself to be dictated by your past, you might as well just never have a future, right? And that's why I have to recognize every day that I wake up is that although I may not be where I want to be, every day that I made it through somehow. I'll never forget when Steve Harvey said that to his audience. When he had his talk show, he always speaks to his audience, and he said, "Listen, all the bad days you had, you made it through 100% of your bad days." I'm like, Steve, I don't think you know my bad day. You might have a bad show, but you got the humidifier and a cigar, and cigars waiting for you, and maybe some tequila if you want. Me, on the other hand, I gotta deal with this shit. You got better resources and coping mechanisms.
But the also the end of that comment or the end of that phrase is, I might not be where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be.
Come on,
you know
man.
what I mean?
That part.
I'm not where I used to be. You know what I'm saying? My mind frame, like my thing now, if I only had $5 to my name, now I still don't feel broke. You know what I'm saying? Because I know what I can go do to put money in my pocket. Versus at times where, you know, you didn't have information, and it's kind of like only thing you can really do is just sit there and relish in it. Now it's kind of like, okay, if I got $5 in my pocket, I know I got enough money to eat. You know what I'm saying? I can at least get a couple days so that I can, you know, go figure something else out. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, moving along in life, you get better every day. Every situation you getting better. So, man, Steve, I ain't gonna lie, Steve will get you somewhere. He'll get you somewhere, man. He drop a lot. I call him Uncle Steve. He'll drop a lot of dimes on you, man. A lot of dimes on you.
And it ain't even just where, you know, not where you was at, but it's where you could be.
Come on.
Because you could be, you know what I'm saying?
Right
Yes,
there.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
In a situation way worse than where you are now. But, you know, still in this process, like, it's all in where you see yourself going and where it is that you truly want to be.
Exactly.
Who you want to be going through this process. Do you feel like you can handle it? Is this where you're at? And then something else. Listen, I am not going to say that love at first sight is not a real thing, because it is. I think we have all fallen for somebody quickly, whether it was in our youth or even, you know, as adults. We have fallen for someone quickly before. So love at first sight is a real thing. There's no reason to judge a person for having feelings and actually being able to express themselves and have enough love to say, hey, I can tell from the moment that I saw you that you're somebody that I'm willing to give my love to or give my all to. Mm-hmm. Now, I mean, at times, of course, it's not reciprocated and it hurts. But it's also a lesson because, you know either what to do or what not to do. Now, I had a little joke for him, and I was going to say, Chris, it was love at first sight, but just because, you know, he said she ghosted him, and I was thinking, well, if she was a customer and came into the restaurant and you saw her, and she left, of course she ghosted you. She was only there to eat and leave. She wasn't there to be with you.
You know what?
But, you know, still, in this process, like, that makes me wonder, okay, with him saying he had fallen for somebody within, you know, a short time of, you know, him going through this process, is he still hooked up on that process? Was this somebody that he was getting to know and he felt like he really could be with? Was it a situation where it was love at first sight when he met them a long time ago and he just always had these feelings? Maybe they tried out something a few months ago and it just didn't work. I don't know the situation fully, but is is making that process something that could be holding him back from moving forward during this process? Could that have been his issue? But one thing for sure is Ashley is standing there like she is not really trying to hear any of it. She's not receiving it. Like, I was just ready for her to just break out with any excuse at this point, just to get in the car and go. Like, at this point, she was about to tell him, I'm sorry, my grandma just called and said she's giving birth to my dad. I need to go find out if it's a boy or girl.
Oh, wait, what the fuck? Wait, what?
Like, what?
Wait,
I gotta go.
What the fuck?
I gotta go.
My grandmother's giving birth to my dad. Wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah, my grandma's giving birth to my dad. I gotta go find out if it's a boy or girl.
Okay. Well, if it's a dad, it'll be a boy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, she would say some off the wall stuff right there, because at that point she was just ready to go.
All right. Okay, Q. What did you? I'm flapping my gulp right now. Q, over to you. I can't follow that.
Having a boy or a girl is crazy.
Like, that's what she said. Grandma is giving birth to my dad, and a dad would be a man, which is a boy.
Crazy.
Go ahead, Q.
I feel like she lost interest because she felt like he didn't believe what he was saying, you know? Like, she felt like she was just there, you know what I mean? He was overpowering another conversation, just talking and talking and talking. And I don't really feel like Ashley's really interested in Chris. I don't feel like she really was. Her interest is really in Darius. So you kind of get a vibe of, you know, the type of people she's into. So I really don't feel like she really liked Chris like that. So he could have gave her $100,000 and she, you know, still would have had the same comment or still would have had the same response. She just didn't like it. You know what I mean? She just don't like it. So, yeah. You know, I don't understand how Chris didn't pick up those keys, you know what I mean, to let her at least talk. Or, you know what I mean, say what she got to say. He just drowned her out in a conversation. But like you said, he could have been nervous. You know what I mean? I could be a sign of nervousness. So, how my take?
No, absolutely, for sure.
Yeah, especially with, you know, them knowing that this was the week where the women were in power, so he was feeling like, let me just get out everything. So he was like, you know, overshadowing the conversation, just kind of overtaking it because he wanted to get himself out there. That, I mean, I feel like that could have been a thing too.
Yeah. No, absolutely, for sure. Fully well said by both of you in your commentary, and for sure. And listen, Chris is gonna be fine. This was just a stop along the way. Now, this picture right here just looked like, well, you know, it looks like these two are together. Luscious Lauren, and you know, Lauren's a stallion now. Listen. You know, she carries her tallness with her. I ain't mad at it. So with that being said, we get to Lauren and Bello. They're on a tiki bar boat. Looks like it was rented out privately. And so, you know, Lauren says, you know, you seem like a gentleman, you seem like a good guy. What's going on? And it's just like, my Lord Jesus, have we gotten to the point where just being a good person triggers you to be like, wait, you ain't real? But hey, sometimes trauma will do that to you. But also not being treated right will do that to you as well. So we learned that Bello has a 1-year-old daughter. Fresh child upon the world. Her name is Navia. Beautiful name. And he learned about the child 4 to 5 months ago. And it was supposed to be a one-night stand. His one-night stand called him in May, and Lauren loves the honesty. And then Bella, I'm just gonna say you pull a Braylon a lot, bruh. Like you said, Bella was on the lounge. Then you say it's on the boat. I'm like, dude, like you taking the inch and making it a mile, which I really can't say shit because that's my principle. But come on, man. But you got the confidence to execute, so I'm not too mad. I thought that this was a very nice time. I don't know if there could be I don't know if there's a connection here, but it looks like one could be forming here. What did y'all think of Lauren and Bella?
Definitely agree that it looks like there could be a connection there. I could see them forming something beyond what he has with Dominique, because I feel like him only kind of keeping himself wrapped with that Dominique might actually be his downfall. So it's good that he's expressing himself and kind of moving about, trying to make more connections. Now, I don't know if it was just me, but some math was not adding. It just was not mathing. Because, okay, he's got a 1-year-old daughter. We found out about her 4 months ago. But then says that the girl called him a man and said she was pregnant.
Right.
So wait a minute. Is she pregnant, or did she call you and tell you when she was pregnant that she was pregnant, and then you didn't hear again until like 4 months ago? I'm trying to figure it out, because I was just like, how's the child already one, but she called you and made to say she was pregnant? I don't know. Maybe that was just me trying to figure that out. But it's still good that he was, instead of him hiding it or making it as if it was an issue, it's something that, hey, this is a part of my life. This is something that happened. I'll express it. Yes, it was a one-night stand. No, I do not, we don't plan on being together. This is, something that happened, but I'm going to take responsibility. So I feel like that speaks a lot to him. And I feel like that's something that Lauren accepted and can respect. And it might actually make her feel more connected to him just because he's, he was open about that. I feel like Lauren was more comfortable too, even with this date with Bella. I feel like from what we've seen so far, this is the more loose I've seen her. I feel like she kind of was able to be her damn self with Bella in this situation. So I liked it. I enjoy it. Really want to see what could happen between them.
No, very well said there. And yes, everybody, there is a difference between yourself and your damn self. Although it seems like I show more of my damn self, but I'm around people that I trust as well. You understand? So, very well said, Gigi, with your commentary. Q, what was your take on Lauren and Bella's conversation?
The more Lauren talks, the more I like her. It was a little off-putting, with him. I'm glad he came out and talked about that. But it's crazy that he talked about that with Lauren instead of talking to Dominique, which you would think was his, his connection. You know what I'm saying?
They done kissed and everything, but you don't even know he got a 1-year-old. You right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just like that was crazy to me.
That was felt in the ladies' lounge as we get closer and closer to it.
And Dominique, and Bella done been on a few dates this week.
Yep.
Been on a date with Ashley, been on a date with Lauren. I don't know if his availability just there, but you really don't hear him talk too much about Lauren, but you hear him talk a lot about Dominique and a few other women. So I don't understand why he decided to have that conversation with Lauren. And I'm with Gigi. It's something else there in that conversation. It seems like it's the truth, but not all of it. Really, it sounds like it's the truth, but it ain't all of the truth. I applaud him, for being, stepping up to the plate, taking care of responsibility. But I feel like it's it's something else, there. I feel like we'll find out a little later on. But then it's early, if you found out that you have a daughter, she's a couple months old, you know what I mean? You really don't know the trajectory of you in the relationship with the mother. That's a possibility. I might work things out. You know what I'm saying? You talking about a strict co-parent situation. Yeah. You only knew if you had a baby for 4 months. You know what I mean? Did he say she reached out to him or he reached out to her?
Correct. No,
said she
she
reached out to
reached out
him.
to him.
She reached out to him. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So for usually a one night stand, the situation happened and done that day, you probably will never talk again. So it was still a connection was there. You know what I mean? For her to be able to pick up the phone and get in contact with. You know what I'm saying? So I wonder were they still talking behind that or I feel like it's more to that. But do I see Lauren and Bella together? I don't see it. I don't see it. It looks good aesthetically, but I just don't. Outside of him expressing about his daughter,
You
The
good?
mic went up here. The mic's muted here.
Yeah, your mic was muted, Q. Hang on, let me see. Yeah, I'm trying to unmute his mic, but it's not allowing me. So I don't know if he knows his mic is off. But I will say this though, right? I mean, it is still early, but sometimes connections, and we've seen this in the past on this show, we've seen that connections, they form in the middle of everything, right? And you don't mean for it to happen, it just is happening. You know what I mean? I think
Yeah, we are halfway through.
Yeah, we are definitely halfway through rather. And I think what ends up happening a lot of times is that most of the couples, and Gigi, you can quote me if I'm wrong, beautiful, but I think most of the time these couples really get solidified during the vacation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think then that really does kind of form more of the connection, and like you said, solidifies what connections have formed. That's when we really start saying, okay, y'all been together.
For sure.
And can we just say, like, a lot of the times, like, and we've all said this, how many times have we said this, guys? Connections are not just formed while the camera's rolling. You gotta form them connections afterwards too. That's why, it's a point to be able to connect and text and talk on the phone, and you see the ones who, especially you'll hear it in the lounge, oh, well, me and such talked for such and such hours, but then the other women who are supposed to be a connection, they're like, oh, well, we didn't talk that long, but we didn't this. Okay, well, you're starting to see who has that connection more and where that person is actually leaning towards.
Correct. No, absolutely. And I think the biggest thing is transparency. If y'all remember last season with Fritz and Chris, is that there's nothing wrong with having multiple connections, but eventually you're gonna have to stand on business for your main connection, right? So while connections can form halfway through the season, it's about the transparency within, the frequency of your communication about how you feel. And also too, that investment energy as well. Q, you're back with us. I think your mic got cut off, or you cut off your mic as you were speaking. No, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, it says your mic's muted. But yeah, definitely a great connection. I mean, from this picture, it actually looks like they have been together. So
Yes,
I could see it.
absolutely. Now, with this next scene, first of all, I just no go ahead, Q. Okay, hang on. Let me bring him to the stage. Q, go ahead. Go ahead, brother. You go. Your mic is open.
Oh, okay. I like this date. You know what I'm saying? I really like this date. I thought it was cool. I really don't feel like Dominique is really into him like that.
Oh, did you finish your comment up about Lauren and Bello? Because you were saying that it's nice aesthetically, but that you couldn't really see it.
Yeah, it looked nice aesthetically. I like Bella. Bella's a chill guy. You know, Lauren's very attractive. It really looks good together. But Bella has a lot of connections.
Yes,
he has a lot of connections. And I don't know if Lauren, he looks at Lauren like that. I don't know if he looks at Lauren like that, but I really don't see too much of a connection there, Taylor.
Okay. Well, me and Gigi were saying before you got back up here that we're getting closer and closer to the vacation where, they're solidified. And, when it came to, when it came to Chris last season, he had multiple connections. But I will say, even though Rose wilted at the end of the season, she was right of the fact that, listen, you got these multiple connections, but you're not standing on business with your main one, right? So, and sometimes connections, they do happen, as we've seen in the middle of the show. So I appreciate that this season feels more real. So by the time we get to the vacations, if there are multiple connections, they'll be more solidified than the past. So this could be something potentially, but I also see where you're coming from as well.
Because it's crazy that for Dominique to go from Bella to this wild card.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, she still talks to, what's the other guy name?
Devon.
Devon, So I don't see any consistency in her and men. A lot of the women, you can almost see like a lot of the women really have their number one.
Mm-hmm.
You can't really say that about Dominique. I think her and Bella had something at once, but I don't know if
it's there.
If it's as strong as it once was.
Mm.
We'll say that.
Yeah, and after that meeting, or that lounge meeting, and her finding out that he's got a kid and his son, she didn't know. Yeah, I think that might actually hinder their connection a little more too.
Because now the connection's gonna be, awkward the next time, they have to talk. And I will say, this date was very, very cute. Although I think Braydom is way better than Cardom, just saying. That's just a personal opinion, but we shall roll on. And you know what? I will say this, even though Carday is a wild card, I love the fact that he embraces, his wild card. So they are at trivia. And the trivia is about the Backstreet Boys. And they are failing every question. And we learned that Carday has a 3-year-old daughter. They co-parent. And Dominique's last relationship was 18 months ago. And she definitely wants to be married again, but she does not want to be broken. And I will just say this. I think that, even though Dominique doesn't have a number one, I think she has really relaxed into herself where she is really trusting the process. Like, she is not allowing Bello to be the main one. She's having a connection with, Carday, the wild card, and, this fun side to him. And also, too, I got to give it to Carday because he's evolved. Because remember the mixer, well, I want somebody who's a thrill seeker. But as we've gotten to see Carday, he has really become comfortable with himself.
That wasn't Carday. That wasn't Carday. Who was a thrill seeker. That was the young man who passed away.
Ricky,
Oh,
he passed away.
Yeah, the young man that passed away.
Yes.
Ricky passed away.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, we talked
Rich,
about that.
yeah, Rich. I think it.
Yeah, Richie.
Yeah.
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 Well, I thought Carday did say like he won a motorcycle or something, but maybe that
was Rich.
Yeah, that was Richie.
Okay. But yes, he did pass away. We talked about that on the very first episode after show review. I think it was when you left. I found out through one of the blogs, and yeah, that hit me in Q very hard because it was like the episode just got started. The season just got started, but hopefully.
So what? Does anybody know what happened, or?
I think it was cancer. I think, if I'm not mistaken. But I do hope that he got the chance to be on national TV and had that potential to find love. And there was a moment where Dominique said, "You need to fix some things," and this, that, and the third. Recognize, everybody, that is in the moment, and that's because of that experience, right? I don't think Dominique would be that mean to just a person, just to be mean, right? And plus, I don't think anybody on the cast probably knew that he was going to pass away, right? So, but yeah, so that was very, very difficult. So much love to Ricky's family and friends, and to all the fans of Ricky. Right, because the crazy thing about Ready to Love Nation is the person you think that no one would care about, they got a fan base. You know what I mean? As long as you come off decent, respectful, and in order, you will have fans. You know what I mean? So, but yeah. So, with that being said, I do love the fact that Carday has rested into himself, and then we also see with Devon that Devon, got a FaceTime with Dominique, and Dominique was around her mom. So even though I do agree with Q that I don't see a number one with Dominique, I'm glad that she's not so locked in, and that she really is allowing personality to matter. You know what I mean? I think that's refreshing. I still think it should have been Braydom and Steph Cardon, but that's neither here nor there. Y'all go ahead with y'all commentary.
Yeah, that's definitely. I mean, Carday's a wild card. I was not expecting him to make it this far, or even have a connection as strong as he has, even with Dominique. But there's a few ladies who have actually said quite a few, great things about Carday, and that's why he's still here. But I do agree with you in the sense that I don't feel like Dominic may be fully tied to the process, or tied, she's not saying she's not ready to love. Maybe this process right now, this isn't where, she's at. But I also think that it's a good thing also, too, because it also helps the other guys like Bello find other connections and not tie himself down to her. Because it would hurt a lot worse if he stuck to her thinking that was going to be his connection. But on the flip side, she's out connecting with other people,
right?
While holding him close. So I don't think that would be fair to him for that to happen. So it's good that he's finding himself. He's maneuvering around. But this date with Dom and Cardi, honestly, I don't see them being together. I don't. I feel like this is a good time. She's laughing. He does, he has an energy about himself. So I can see why she enjoys being around him. But do I see them being something romantic? No. Um, but then again, Bella could be who she wants, but Cardi could be who she needs.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this day was cute. It was definitely cute, and for them to, I mean, their conversation was pretty good too. The funny that with the trivia game it was all about Backstreet Boys, and they're just looking at each other like, what is it?
And also too, the fact that she is pretty much game for anything. I mean, talk about the checkerboard pattern jacket with the games behind her, but she is just happy to be outside, and she's cool. You know what I mean? I do think that, a lot of times, we always say never judge a book by its cover, but I love the fact that Dominique is allowing her chapters to be diverse. You know what I mean? It's not so locked in. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Q, with your take, and very well done, Gigi.
Yeah, great take, Gigi. A lot of times when I sit back and having multiple connections show you that you're giving the process the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when you lock in on somebody and they're not locked in on you, you kind of stuck, and so you become pretty much like dead weight. You about to be out of door in a little bit. The only thing I don't see about Cardi is Cardi does not really have another connection outside of Dominique, or at least they haven't shown.
Mm-hmm.
But Dominique, on the other hand, has multiple connections.
True, very true.
Okay, so for you to stay on the show, you're going to need to have multiple connections or multiple interests, so people will vouch for you. Surprisingly, during elimination, we know who got eliminated, but I don't really see the difference between Ed and Cartier. I don't see the difference. I don't see the difference. He somewhat has a connection with Dominique. Do I believe it's a connection, or it's just the possibilities of one? This date really just seemed like a date. You know what I'm saying? It just seemed like they were just hanging out. You know what I mean? I didn't really see a connection like I seen with Bella and Dominique. I seen a connection there. You seen it. You seen the flirtatious vibe. You seen the communication was effortlessly. He seems a little more reserved, and Dominique really seems like she has control of the conversation. I don't really see a connection here. You know what I'm saying? I don't see a connection here at all. But only thing I really see is another person to vouch for Dominique to keep her in the loop. That's the only thing I see. This week was the men's. Next week is gonna be the ladies. So
correct. No, absolutely. And welcome out the bushes, Nikki News. Glad to have you here, my friend. Love you, value, appreciate you. Let me say this. I do see where you're coming from, Q. With there's no difference between Ed and Cardi. I will push back just a little bit. I do think that Cardi does have more gears that he can shift into than Ed. I feel like with Ed, he is a Honda Prius and he is who he is. But I feel like with Cardi, he's a Nissan Maxima, which if you don't know, Nissan Maxima, everybody's a 4-door sports car. So Cardi, he has that normal driver select mode, but it seems like he is at least available to have other gears to shift in other modes. What do you think about that?
I can agree. The reason why I can agree and understand, because we seen a different side of Cardi at the 70s ball. Whole different side of Cartier, the 70s ball. But in this clip right here, in this date, I didn't really see too much of that. You did see, different sides of Cartier at the ball, at the 70s part. I thought we was gonna keep being able to see more sides of him, but in this small snippet with Dominique, I really didn't feel anything between them, and I really didn't see too much of him really showing her like he's interested. So it's to be determined.
Understood.
Can I give a little pushback on that, just because when it comes to comparing Cartier with Ed, in this process, yeah, everything's moving fast. So right now, like what they're judging off of, I feel like is, instead of like the emotional connection, the conversation and the emotional conversation. Ed was not capable. I'm not even gonna say not capable. He was not allowing himself to open up to offer that emotional connection through conversation. His conversation was stale. Plus, he was twisting the words being said to him by the women, which was, a turnoff anyway. But with Cartier at least listens, he expresses himself. He's able to open up freely, as well as, listen when the women are expressing themselves. He's allowing them to be vulnerable without consequence, if you get it. Because, like with Ed and Donna tried to open up and have a serious conversation, and he twisted that, took that, and he turned it into something to where now her reputation is damaged in a way, because now the men are looking at her as, oh, she can't be a possible connection because she's this way, when that wasn't the case. So I feel like those are the differences between, the two. So I can't really say like, he's worse than Ed. No, he's got a little bit more, clearly. But still, he's a wild card though, because even with him being able to have that, I still don't see the other connections that he has, because besides Dominique, like you said, what other connections does he have? Who else is he connected with? I haven't really seen anyone that has expressed really, really liking him. Dominique expresses liking him, but it's not in the same sense of how she is with Bello. Just like we've seen her kiss Bello. In this instant, her and Cardi are talking, and he feels like it's the moment where he wants a kiss, but you can tell she's not there.
Right.
And I feel like it's the same with her and Devon.
When I was talking about the difference between Ed and Cartier, I was just talking about in the process. I do believe Cartier got more layers than Ed does, and he's more available. But as to the fact of in the process, I mean, if you switch one in or switch one out, I mean, you still have the same show. Because I don't see Cartier being on the show too much longer either, to tell you the truth. So
yeah,
you could,
I can see that.
you know what I mean? If you switch one of them or switch one of them out, I really won't see that be that much of an impact. I don't really. Now I feel like if Ed would have applied himself, you're not applying yourself, Smokey. He's just not applying himself. Yeah. Ed just wasn't applying himself, and we know why he wasn't applying himself, because he knows as soon as he got kicked off, he was gonna be on the TV show. So, I mean, what I really wish OWN would put in their contract, that they cannot talk about the show until the show is over. You know what I'm saying? I really wish they would put that in their contract, because
well, that's supposed to be in their contracts, and if you notice, like, which we could possibly go to their shows, but there's certain stuff. That's why they have to wait until a certain episode. That's why we don't see it happen until episode about 4 or 5. But also, there's certain stuff that they cannot say. That's why, they'll do a recap on what we see, and they'll recap it, from first-hand experience, kind of like when they, what we see them in the confessional. But as far as spilling what's going to happen next, or other stuff, they can't do because they can be sued.
I remember when me and Gigi were doing the Never Ever Mets reviews, and there was some potential tea of something. And I think Gigi, you'll remember this conversation. And we talked about behind the scenes, and we even said to Josh here on live, let's just let the reunion be the reunion. And then when the signal is fired off in the reunion, and if you still have that tea, then we can talk about it. And I know for people who may not come from that world of knowing how to move, you may be like, okay, well, a story is a story. True and not true. True of the fact that, yes, you are giving the tea from the show. But it's not true because even though you may not be on OWN's radar, guess what? You are at least on the map system. Okay, you're still a blip. You're not a destination, but you're a blip. And you still have to be responsible as a blip. So even when that situation happened, I'm like, okay, listen, I don't know if OWN is listening, although I did interview Millie on Braylon's Virtual Tour Live through OWN. And I was supposed to interview Taronda Jones before the season. I was. He knows about that as well. But it's just the fact of, even though they may not be watching you, that doesn't mean you are not responsible for how you move. So.
Yeah, so true. And yeah, and that's right, we did do that. The fact that, there was information that we were sitting on throughout the season, and we're like, oh my gosh, we can't let this out just because we knew that the season was still going on and certain information couldn't be let out until the very end. So, I mean, yeah, that's a part of production. There's stuff they can't say. They'll give you the bare minimum. It's just like, when a person is doing a movie production or doing promotion for movies or television shows, they'll ask you certain questions and you can answer, but there's certain stuff that they'll evade. They'll evade certain questions. They'll, or just flat out let you know, I can't answer that.
Correct.
You'll have to wait and see. Because if they tell you what's going to happen next, you're not going to watch.
Yep.
Sometimes, some stuff that they will purposely put in a promo, and they'll have you say just to get you to want to watch. That's when they purposely do that, that's different. But yeah, as reality TV, when it comes to a cast member just, wanting to do a live and do stuff like that, they have to wait a certain amount of time and they still cannot say certain stuff or they're liable and will get sued.
Yep. I think it was. No, go ahead, Q.
I really just wish that they could say nothing about the show. Not even do a live with castmates until after the reunion. You know what I'm saying? Because it takes away from the show. Hey, I understand. It's a part of it. But I feel like it's not good for the brand of Ready to Love because I'm coming to watch the show. You know what I mean? And as soon as this right here is over, somebody get kicked off the show, now they want to make it about themselves. You know what I'm saying? So let the show go ahead and die down. Now you can open up your mic and talk about whatever in your experience. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, all the attention should be on Ready to Love. You are, no matter what, even though you're not on the show, you're still a part of it. You know what I mean? So let's think about it like this. I get kicked off the show. I'm talking crazy. When the reunion comes, we're not even talking about what happened throughout the season. We're talking about, what was said on Instagram Live from somebody. You know what I'm saying? So I really feel like it does the show a disjustice with everybody popping up with these podcasts from the Ready to Love as a castmate as a castmate, I wish they would just wait till the show is over. You know what I mean? Then you can, have fun. You know what I mean? But it just take away from the show, my personal opinion.
Right.
Can I say that I think, and then maybe I'm wrong, but I think that this is the first time that, at least that I've seen, where a cast member has actively started a channel and a podcast during the season. And I don't know if Lauren had her YouTube channel before she started production. If this is something she was doing while filming or what. But I think this is the first time I've seen this happen. Normally they wait, just like Jessica when she had hers. She started after the season. Even Tati from the Never Ever Met after the season. So a lot of times that's what they do is they wait. So this is something new. Braylon, I don't know if you can look real quick and just see like maybe when she started her channel.
Yeah, let me
maybe
go
give
back.
us a better idea.
And Nikki News, listen, it's a show that you'll love to hate, but this season is so good. And the reason why I got onto it was because of Gigi. She asked me, hey, I know you reviewed that other show. But also too, I know you're good at what you do. Would you like to come on board and, review this show? I'm just like, well, who are the people? Because, I can hold my own whether I'm on a panel or by myself. But I also need to know, what the vibe is. Once I, virtually met Q and, Solana, and then we started doing our shows together, off to the races. You know what I mean? So, but it's a very, very good show. And right here, October 11th, 2011. So yeah, she's had this for quite a while. And then if we go to videos here, we go to.
So when was the first video for Ready to Love posted?
So first video was 13 years ago rather. But the very first video, I gotta keep scrolling off to see. And see, this is how you really, promote yourself. Already have your own shit going. So when you get on TV, it just gets magnified. You see, she's already done a whole podcast. So she has what it takes already. 2 months ago, right here. This date right here. Let's see here, September 29th. 2025.
So she damn near posted. Wait, when did the next season start? Was it what, August 30th?
It started on November 2nd.
November 2nd. Okay, so she had content at Ray Love before it even started promoting herself in the show beforehand. Okay.
And like I said too, like for a cast member, she's really doing her thing. Like
I was gonna say, yeah, it seems like she's doing, especially
like she's about it.
Yeah. And seeing that's something else. Like instead of it being where she's coming into this wanting to be something, she was already doing this. This right here is just adding to her portfolio.
That's it. And that's the best way to be
So
about
go,
it.
Lauren, do your thing, girl. Do your thing.
And not to mention too, like like I said, we just did the opening. You know what I mean? We didn't get into the podcast, but like I'll show it again here. Let me flip it reverse.
I'm Excess.
Right here.
Welcome back to the Recap Lounge.
Like she's got it. She's got it. And not to mention too, she's not coming on with her recaps to saying that she's the authority. But there's a difference between doing something adjacent and being of it, right? So, but no, very well done. And that's the way that you should do it. Like, for example, right? Let's just say if Ready to Love came to Ohio, and let's just say that I went on, right? Right now, as of right now, I'll show y'all live. Right now, we have 3,331 subscribers. And as of right now, we have 965,582 total views. We're getting close to 970. If I go on Ready to Love, right, and I've hit 1 million views, you know what that's going to do for me? That's going to amplify the channel for many things. One, like Gigi said, like Lauren's been about, I've been about it already. I don't have to have the show to make me. Number two, I've been reviewing the show with the biggest, the boldest, the baddest, and the realest crew to ever do a review show on this damn show. And number three, I can hold my own. You understand? So I think a lot of times people think when I get on TV, the fame comes. No. It's just like American Idol. When you win American Idol, you have not won a music career. You have not. Diana Ross's headline Dick Clark's New Year's Rock and Evil Ryan Seacrest on ABC. You haven't made it to that level yet. But what you did win is you won the opportunity to have a career. There's a difference. So if you're on Ready to Love, you don't win the chance to have a career in fame and to get shown into, pop your name out there. You've won the opportunity for that to happen to you in a bigger fashion. So.
But see, my thing is, you know what I'm saying, and it's a two-edged sword to this. You know what I mean? It is. I wish they would wait, but actually, to our benefit, we also did have classmates or castmates come and be a part of our podcast during the season as well. And Absolutely. That was cool too. That was really dope. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, before podcast really came, Ready to Love was on TV.
Right.
So before people really started benefiting from being on Ready to Love, people actually came on the show to find love. Now people are coming on the show to find exposure. Just to find exposure. That's what I feel like. How we go a whole season last season, as terrible as it was, and nobody found a connection that outlasted the reunion.
Good night, Greg.
Nobody found a connection that outlasted the reunion, and that was terrible. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, hopefully, moving forward, we'll find somebody that has a connection. At least a girl get in a relationship. Because I'm Ready to Love had me spoiled because we've seen marriages come from Ready to Love.
Yes, we have.
So a lot of times, when you are invested in something, you become a part of it. So you get on, we're watching the TV show in hopes that people do find love. You know what I'm saying? On the show. You know what I'm saying? So,
Jaguar, good night to you, my friend. Thank you for coming through.
Appreciate it, big dog. We'll be back on the show next week too. We hopefully see you there. So let's I just really want the essence the main thing to always be the main thing. Let's try and find love and connection. And if that doesn't happen, I understand the benefits that come with Ready to Love. I understand that. But let's keep the main thing because you have viewers who are invested. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's my biggest thing. Let's just keep the main thing.
No, I fully agree with you. I mean, here's the thing, right? And I think that this is a bigger conversation here. When it came to The Bachelor, Survivor, The Amazing Race, Big Brother, right? What ended up happening was all these reality shows start getting fandoms, right? And Q, I've brought up consistently of there's a difference between viewers and consumers, right? The viewers Stay tuned to Ready to Love Friday nights at 9/8 Central, only here, hashtag on Keeping It Real. The consumers, they want the show. They want me, you, Gigi, Solana, and everybody else. But then to be able to go deeper with the cast members, it's almost like you, when you are part of a reality TV franchise or fandom, it's like a reality TV version of, wait for it. Netflix. It's like a reality version of Netflix. Any and every way that you can consume it, you can have it, right? So while I get what you're saying, and like you even said, the cast members have come onto our show, I think it elevates everybody. And I remember something my mom said to me about, food. Just because I may not like it doesn't mean somebody else won't like it. So even though you may not like it, a rising tide does lift all boats. And I think while it's hard to keep it on the assignment, I think that's up to the individual that's in the experience, because everything's in the eye of the beholder. No matter how much, we want a season to stay on target, like you said, the non-existent season of Philadelphia, right? They never stayed on target. There was nothing to really, talk about with them through social media. But now social media is actually elevating this season, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it do give another dynamic, to keep up. You know what I'm saying? I guess I could just kind of be a little old school at times. You know what I'm saying?
There's no wrong with that.
And it's nothing wrong with elevation. You know what I mean? It's interestingly, along the way I have started following different castmates and stuff like that. But it's just that old school in me. It adds to the fact of how I found the show and how I want things to be. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I'm very, very appreciative just for the show. They're doing a great job with it. But we could be a little set in our ways at times. But it has elevated, you know what I mean? And it give us different perspective along the way while we watch the show too. So I mean, it has its pros and its cons, but I could just be a little old school at times with that. So.
No, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, in Gigi, we can get into this as well. I feel like with Ready to Love, this is the show for Black culture. It reaches the old school aunties and uncles audience that are old school like you. And when I say old school, I don't mean just about me, but they're old school in courting and going out on dates and having conversations. But it relates to such a new school audience of, we're in 2025. So how does social media work? How does, trends work? How does your grownness impact your movement on the show? So it seems like media is blending grown nostalgia, the grownness of adulthood with the nostalgia of how you move as an individual. What do you think about that?
I definitely agree with that, but I also think that with the fact that this show being what it is and being a showcase of Black love and Black culture, we want the best for the show. So could it be said that we're set in our ways? Sure. But I think that it's really, we want to make sure that what's being showcased is actually genuine and something that we can stand behind, because we don't have many shows like this for us. So we have to make sure that we're, expressing, or as viewers and consumers, especially as consumers, we want what we want. You know what I'm saying? Just like you said, Braylon, like as a consumer, you want not just the show, you want the after show, you want the after show, you want the merchandise, you want to get involved, you want to be a part of, you're making sure that you're not missing out. And honestly, the consumers are really what makes the viewership happen.
Absolutely.
That's what's really making those numbers happen. Because in order to be a consumer, you definitely have to be a viewer, right?
Yes.
So, but on the back end, just viewing isn't enough because you have to be able to promote the show and you have to have people who want to continuously watch the show. So what are you bringing? So, yeah, it's definitely, I think it's a good thing that we as a panel bring the show to life how we do, especially after the seasons that we've seen that aren't so good. You know, because those consumers, if I feel like, and you know, people can say whatever they want, but I feel like if it wasn't for us in ways, their viewership might not have happened so much last season because that was just terrible. We were the show last season.
Yep. Factual.
So, yeah, I think there needs to be like, they need to maintain a certain decorum when it comes to what they're putting out to showcase Black love, Black relationships, the reality of dating in this day and age, the growth factor, the showing that we as Black people are trying to build up the Black family again by starting with the process of dating, showing you that we can look at each other and smile. It's okay for us to hold hands out in public. You know, we can show that we can stand united as a couple. So I think that needs to continue.
Absolutely. And at this point, with 11 seasons, I wish OWN had a portfolio of shows for OWNCon already. I really do. I really, really do. At this point, though, with 11 seasons and the alumni that they have, damn it, we can have a Ready to Love con already. Cast reunions, the cast members got their own businesses. You can do Ready to Love Live where you can't do the whole show, but you can, you can bring up 4 singles and a bachelor and you can have those events throughout the day. You have panels and workshops and seminars. Like, Ready to Love is a brand at this point. And we've been saying,
let's do Ready to Love Big Brother style. Have all alumni from past seasons who are still single come put them up in one big house and kind of let them redo the process of Ready to Love. But it's we got challenges. There's certain building exercises and couple buildings and trust exercises. All those different things happening.
But one of the biggest things is, right, once you found love, that's not even a freaking beginning. That's not the beginning. I mean, my fault. That's not the end. Right. Once you found love, it's not the end. So, I mean, let's find love. All right. Now, since we found love, let's show people how we maintain love.
Ready to Love after being chosen, the docu-series where you follow couples from the show. That should have been a thing a long damn time ago.
Come on, man. Come on. I mean, it does us a disservice to just, all right, we done fell in love with this couple. Matter of fact, let me tell you how it went. Joy and with Joy, what's the other guy name? Joy and Hilton.
Joy and Clifton. They went
Joy and Clifton.
DC.
They exactly. They went to DC. So that's what I'm saying. So when people find love and stay together, let's promote it.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? When people don't find love or whatnot, what can we do? You know what I'm saying? To keep pushing the culture. You know what I'm saying? This next generation, the next generation behind us, they're going to be as successful married than the previous generation married, than the previous, than my parents' generation. I think the Generation X is going to be have more successful marriages than generation before us. I forgot. It might be baby boomers. They're going to have reason being is they're redefining love and relationship. You know what I'm saying? They're redefining it. Not saying that the previous relationships did not work, but what they're seeing is what works for them. And that's commendable. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people are not getting really married in their 20s. Statistically, they get married in their 30s. You know what I'm saying? So I really feel like let's start the process and keep the process going. You know what I mean? I know good and well y'all got the capability. You know what I'm saying? Just like y'all bringing financial gurus to help people put their finances back together, to help them stay together. That's so commendable right there. You know what I mean? So
let's go ahead and do a new spinoff, Ready to Love, the real love and marriage.
You feel me? You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Cause get what? We're gonna keep doing our part. You know,
It is.
We're gonna keep rocking, you know what I'm saying? But as the consumer, you know what I'm saying, and also selling a product, you like a big, once they came out with the Big Mac, then they came out with the combo. After the combo, then they said, guess what? We could supersize it. Then after that, they said, guess what? If you buy a Big Mac, you get one free. So they keep evolving, you know what I'm saying? So in our culture, let's keep evolving.
Absolutely, no, agreed. And like we've been saying, me, myself, Q, Gigi, and Solana, we're ready to be the damn judges for this show. Y'all do what y'all do virtually, then we fly them all in. Or, well, actually, not fly them all in because you have to live in the city. But y'all do what y'all do virtually. We fly into that city. We have 200 people ready to audition, and we do judges auditions. I promise you, you will have content for own HBO Max and Discovery Plus, especially with my damn mouth. Y'all don't have so much digital content. It's like, how the fuck do we go through this shit? I mean, he said so much shit out of his damn mouth. How do we do this shit? like the foundation is there. We've been given the foundation for how many seasons now of what to do? I mean, even nephew Tommy is teasing on and teasing Ray Love Nation. Ray Love 65, Ray Love Polyamory Edition. Like, stop it. Stop it. Y'all know all y'all gotta do is just make Ready to Love like 90 Day Fiance, and people are here for it. Like, come on now. And hell, if you need people to make that a huge franchise, then do it now. Will Packer, he has other productions. I understand that, right? But Will Packer is probably not there every single day. It's like Lighthearted Entertainment, the executive producers from Lighthearted Entertainment, CEOs are not there every day. But if you're going to make this a franchise, there are other people willing to help and been really helping. Like you said, we've been doing the work. So, but hey, listen.
Next slide, my illustrious.
All right, I was gonna say, moving on.
My illustrious, superb brother. Let's move along.
Thank you, sir. Because y'all, listen. I feel like, honestly, to be real, we would take our judges panel and review our own selves on our own show. I know that's meta. I know that can be a little egotistical and bougie, but I feel like we will be such a good foursome as the judges panel that our after shows will be just as funny.
Yeah.
For real. So, with all that wonderful commentary being said by Gigi, Q, and myself, we are here with Lauren, Shannon, Devon, and Darius. I'm going to need Shannon and Devon to be on Ready to Love after being chosen the docuseries. Because these are the nerds of the show, and I'm fucking here for y'all, damn it. I said it. Let me get y'all applause button right here. I'm here for y'all. Because every time that they're around each other, they are like magnets. Every time. And you can tell that's there. So Lauren brings out Darius and Shannon and Devon to the speakeasy, and all of them, they have to be deep. Darius got Lauren's favorite bottle of wine. Laura and Devon have developed further, on the phone and things of that energy. And so, they all sharing something deep. Shannon, as she was in her program, she passed out and she smacked the whole left side of her face during the program. Okay. Lauren, she talked about the terrible relationship that her parents were in. And she was saying, as I've gotten older and evolved and had my own breathing period, to know that, men are good until y'all do something different, right? I thought she said something else, but it sounded jumbled, but I think that was the gist of it.
She was saying her having sons of her own.
I thought that was just me, that she sounded jumbled when she said that. But thank you for the context, conjecture, and connection, gorgeous, as you often do. But her being a mom and having sons, it goes to show that, guys are good. So thank you for that, Gigi, once again, gorgeous, as always. Thank you. Love you. Appreciate you as always.
You're welcome.
Absolutely. And then with Devon, his parents got divorced when he was 6 years old, right? And they were not the best to each other, like we talked about here in tonight's after show review. And he said that he wants peace in his relationship, and he, is already made whole. Now, you would think, after sharing those very personal, vulnerable, and deep stories, you know what Darius says? Elementary school, when my mama pulled up to the elementary school, the young ladies, they would kiss my hand and say, King Darius. Bruh, you got a brother whose parents fought all the time, and they were good examples. You got Lauren, who, because of her son, she recognized that men can be good based on, the men in her life that help, her sons as mentors and stuff. You got Shannon, who got her whole face smacked on the left side of her face during her program, and you come out here with an elementary school story and girls kissing your hand as King Darius. Y'all take this shit away. I'm like, what?
To tell you the truth, this is the Darius we've been waiting on. Yeah, it's the Darius we've been waiting on. Yeah. Waiting on this guy. We knew it was coming. We knew when. But this is Darius we're waiting on. Man, come on, man. Stop, Darius. Stop. You're my dog, man. Just stop. You know what I'm saying? Just stop. That was the best. That was that was the best you could do. Yeah. All right. Really? All right, guy. King Darius. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Then he tried to clean up what my mom used to call me that. So the girls, that.
That's the same thing my mom used to say, because Lauren was like, "Stop!" Like, really? She's like, "Yeah, that's my mom used to say." Like, come on, that's still. Come on, that's the deepest you had. That's the skeleton that you decided to pull out, was the fact that you feel that you're royalty.
Right. I mean, and not to mention, too, for those of you who don't know, Shannon was the one that kicked off with the most emotional thing at the table. It's like, you follow up that with that? I mean, now the story you gave about your mama and your fashion sense, if you could bring that out, you could bring something else out. But like, bro, just.
Yeah, that was just. If I could say that was one awkward conversation, or that would be one conversation where I'd be like, that right there did not sit well. I think with anyone at the table, everybody was like, what? Like, that's what you got? Yeah. And especially with the women, being in power this week, Lauren was already, suspect. And I feel like a lot of the women are too, because they see him being this flashy person, but there's no depth to him. So making that comment during a serious moment like that just, like you said, Q, that's who we've been waiting on. We knew that was him, and he showed it.
Yeah.
But one thing I am liking, Devon, I like how his even kill. He's staying at who he is to the core. You know what I mean? He might be, I guess, what you call it, or Bray would say, a nerd, but I don't really get that vibe. The older you get, and the more sure you become in yourself, and whatever that may be, shows strength in me. You know what I'm saying? So just because it might be nerdy conversation, as you would say. You know what I'm saying? I love seeing people that, even Shannon, man. I love the way Shannon smiles, right? You know what I'm saying? Lights up the room. And when she sees Devon, it's this big smile on her. It's so genuine. You know what I mean? That connection looks so genuine. You know what I mean? Like Lauren said, she's not really sure about Darius at the moment. You know what I mean? I really feel like Darius really just wants somebody, you know, to hold his wallet. You know what I mean? Hold my jacket. You know what I'm saying? That comment kind of threw me off from Darius, from the depth that he's shown the other day. You know what I mean? Really talked about his mom and, you know, the clothes that she made, and it kind of really showed you, you know, who he is. You know what I'm saying? But at the exact same time, now we see the Darius that we thought was there. You know what I'm saying? So, that's how I felt about that.
Not to mention too, let me explain why. Is because the energy that they had at the at that go-kart track, and they both connected on Harry Potter, but they also moved in their grownness. I meant that as a and I think this is how you probably interpret it as well, Q. I mean that as a positive trait. Everybody's a geek, a nerd, or, you know, they are a fan of something, right? So I just said that because they just have that connection. Like, they could both be geeks together, but they also can be in their grownness together too. So I meant that from, you know, nothing but a place of love when it came to
Most definitely.
And it's refreshing to see that, you know,
it is
geekiness, you know, fandom can be on national television with Black people in love about it.
Can I just say this, judging off the previews, let me just say, Shannon is giving me psycho vibes in a way.
Say that one more time.
I said, Shannon's giving me psycho vibes in a way. Just that she's so nice and sweet. But that comment she made at the table, like, I get mad every time I see you talk to someone else. It's like, oh, shit. Wait a minute.
I think that was Nicole.
Was that Nicole?
I believe
that was Shannon. Oh. Okay, well, whichever one of them was, I was like, oh, wait a minute. Somebody just switched real quick. I thought it was Shannon, but okay.
But you know what, though? I feel like Shannon, to your point, even though, you know, it didn't happen, but let's go here, because we take mental road trips on this after show review show together. I do believe that Shannon has Kiara's my man energy for Devon, and she will listen. Okay? You're mine, I'm yours, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. I didn't know. But I know. You gonna say something now?
I'm gonna tell you the crazy thing about it is, Shannon and Nicole, what other connections do they have? Nicole has a connection with Vince somewhat. You know what I'm saying? I think it might be something brewing. But who else does Shannon have a connection with?
But also too, I feel like, you know, like we said before, we don't know what has happened off screen unless they share it. But also too, I feel like, you know, Shannon has found her person and she's rocking it, and she's being respectful, and she's still getting through. Which, I mean, that's how I would move on Ready to Love, as long as I'm being respectful and honest and sincere. As long as I got my connection, we good. So I don't.
Yeah,
I mean, I
but
know
this the
it
thing.
seems
Just
like a
because you
hindrance,
have your
but
connection doesn't mean your connection is connected to you.
that's it.
Because even though Shannon is connected with Devon, Devon has connections with, as you can see, he's connected with Lauren. He's connected with Dominique for sure. I think even Ashante said like he was cool. So he's able to make his rounds, but who else does Shannon have besides
We'll be
Devon
right back.
that
News.
that she can latch onto? It's say Devon pushes away because he's feeling more connected with somebody else. So who would she have afterwards? So I mean, yeah, it's okay to latch onto your person, but make sure you have other connections first so that you aren't just latching on to one and then if they're gone, you're just ass out.
Yeah, I will agree with that. It's important to have more options. I mean, because this is a competition, this is the game, this is a what have you, whatever you believe this show is to you. But I also do think though, like, even though I don't think Shannon will ever be at the bottom. Like, just I mean, if we gonna keep it a bug, I really do not believe Shannon will ever be at the bottom. Like, it seems like she is one of those ladies that if somebody says something about her, somebody is going to say what needs to be said and regulate that shit because she's that good of a person. Like, there's a protection there. So I do agree with GQ that, she does need to make other connections, but I think she has such a security here. And it's not like an egotistical security, but I think she has a rest in herself that regardless, I'm going to be fine. But she seems to be locked in and she ain't complaining for shit.
She do seem content though. I ain't gonna lie. She does seem content. She don't seem like she's, like my man Chris was kind of contemplating leaving. She does seem content where she's at. But what other connections do people have?
Right.
Vince and Donna got a connection. Okay. We got 6 guys left. Cardi got some of a connection with Dominique. Mm-hmm. Vince got a connection with, you would say, Nicole and what's the other girl name? Donna. Cardi is just with Dominique. What's the guy name? What's the guy name? Bella. Okay, Darius got one with Ashley, and I guess Steven got a connection with, what's the girl named Ashanti? Mm-hmm. Bella got a few different connections, and Devon got a few different connections too. You know what I mean? So, I mean, we all kind of through the thick of things, and you really don't see. You see connection, but you don't see nothing solid. And we halfway through the process. Come on, man. Mm-hmm. Come on.
No, I feel you. I definitely feel you. I feel like with this season, and I think we can all agree with this, I think that this is a season where we have really showcased not just our best commentary, because I feel like our commentary is very good, but I feel like there is a strength in terms of our bite in our commentary, and there is such a freedom of play in our commentary with this, where, like, with what Q is saying, like, Q is honing in, right? Of like, wait a minute, there's a pulse here. You know what I mean? Like, I really feel like this is some real shit going down. And I don't think we've ever had that in the previous seasons where we spent almost like a whole hour on one person because there was so much there to talk about. So it's a lot to chew on.
Next slide, my brother.
All right, sounds good there. So then we're with Nicole and Ed. These two have known each other for 15 years. They went to undergrad together, everything else. And, you know, Nicole asked a great question. She said, what should you know about your partner that I don't know about you? Or what was the most pain that you ever been that wasn't physical? Two great questions, first of all. And then Ed said that he has a high tolerance for pain. And, you know, but he didn't really give anything. And maybe there's more to this day that we haven't seen. That might be a digital exclusive or might be on the cutting room floor. But then Nicole says that a deal breaker that she has is that I can't date someone who will not open up to me. So I feel like, because a little bit later on, the ladies do talk about Nicole, and Tommy drops, you know, hey, listen, I ain't nephew, I'm unk right now talking to you like you a dog of mine about Ed. And it's knees weak, arms heavy like spaghetti energy, to use some words from Eminem, who introduced us at the top of the show here. I feel like in this conversation, she was starting to kind of maybe see like, oh, there might be a crack here. But when you have a possibility of what can be, it's hard to let go of that. Because it's easier to hold on to a fantasy than to understand and work through the reality. What did y'all think of Nicole and Ed here?
First off, before you say Ed, you need to say Nimrod. This Nimrod Ed. Because let me tell you why. Once Ed, okay, you know, they knew each other off and on 15 years or whatever, right? The possibilities of them getting back together was open. You know what I mean? But he knew he didn't want to go in that direction with her. Mm-hmm. So instead of him you know, breaking that down and letting her know, he'd rather just string the girl along. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Ed really didn't even have any solid connections either. So he was just there. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's why I feel the way I feel about Ed, because he never gave the process a try. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? One thing about dating is at this big age is you should be grown. You should be grown up to say, you know what? I think we're better off in this capacity. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking for something else. Or, you know what I'm saying? Find the words to really point her in the direction of what he has. Because evidently she thinking something more than what it is, and you pretty much gaslighting her, knowing that that's not what you want, or you're not even ready for it. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's just so disturbing to me. I'm just like, big dog, come on, man. Somebody else could have been there. Somebody else could have been there.
Right.
Trying to find somebody to love. You know what I'm saying?
I do. Absolutely.
So, and then you can tell, let's be real, you know what I'm saying? In dating and through growing up, everybody at one time had entertained somebody that they have no intentions with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I know I have. You know what I'm saying? And at the age I am now, I don't have time for that. You know what I mean? At all. I don't have the capacity for it. You know what I'm saying? I have a child. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very intentional in who I give my time to. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. But before that happened, you know what I'm saying? You know, dating and, you know, having fun and just all willy-nilly. You're entertaining people you know good and well you don't want to be with. You know what I'm saying? Is it a right thing to do? No, it's not. You should, you know what I'm saying? But the older you get, the more aware you become of how your decisions affect other people. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm just like, Ed, you too old not to know that, okay, I don't want to be with this woman. You know what I'm saying? I see where she's at. I'm not that interested. You know what I'm saying? So let me go ahead and let her know so she can go find another connection. She can go put her time elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? So
And
this
honestly, you have 15 years to do that. Like, y'all, she had this press on him for 15 years, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but I mean, what you're saying is so, it's so right. It's like, he could have been cut this woman off. Told her, hey, this is not, especially at this age, when do you stop playing games? When can you truly express yourself and actually say, hey, this isn't what I want, this isn't going to work? Or let her know, hey, after 15 years, if you haven't been in a relationship with her after 15 years, probably not going to happen. Because most likely, and just like you said, it's all right. When we're younger, we all entertain people that we have either no business entertaining, or people we know is we really don't even want to be with. So we do it. So if that situation didn't even happen then in your younger years, okay, yeah, sometimes it does take for you to get older for you to say, hey, well, yeah, let's go ahead and try. But with him, you could see it in his demeanor. You could see it in their conversations. He was more excited and enthusiastic about the possibility of them being together than he was. He wasn't even really thinking about, you could tell he was not thinking about them two being together like that. Honestly, and no shade, but I feel like it would be more like a sexual thing. Like he would string her along to get, sex. But as far as like the relationship part, that's not something he would want with her. And I'm absolutely glad that she kind of was able to see what the women were talking about in the lounge, about his emotional disconnection. And, Tommy couldn't it to her the way that he did. Basically, I think it helped open her eyes as well, because you've been chasing this man for 15 years, but you've got nothing out of it. You've been crushing on him, not necessarily chasing, but you've been crushing on him for 15 years. And in this process of y'all getting to know each other or trying to find real love, not once has he really come to you in a way, with the same energy, or even in a way of saying, hey, well, let's just try. Let's see if we can do anything beyond friends. Like he hasn't even, it doesn't even seem like he's even opened the door for that possibility to happen, but she just wasn't getting it.
No, fully agreed. And as we get to the end, it really hurt me in the fashion that Nicole got to experience, or how Nicole went through that experience with Ed. Then we have Ashley and Bello. This was a good date. We learned that we learned Ashley's Indian Cherokee, rather, and Bello wanted to be his own person. He was supposed to go into law, but did not. And Ashley's, family wanted her to do, something, but she wanted to do something else and be a physical trainer. Ashley went to therapy for 3 years, and, she talked about mental illness and, just very heavy issues about, her partner and what her partner was going through, and that she couldn't do anything about it. And she wants to be a strong person, but she's not at all times. And Bello grabbed her hand, and Bello said that was brave and strong of you to recognize what you could not, do. And what, takes 6 months, we did that in minutes. Now, I will say this, while it was a good date, I think that it's important to open up, but also to recognize too, Bello, and I say this with a lot of love, because you seem like a good brother. You really, really do. Even though what y'all did took minutes, there are still other parts of her that will take 6 months. Let me say that one more time. That was a word. That was a word. That was a word. That was a word. Even though You did what you did, which took minutes. There will be other parts of her that are going to take months to unlock of her. Even though you did what you did in minutes, right? There are other parts of her that it's going to have to take months to unlock out of her. And you know how they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sometimes some things are broken because that's an old model. Right. So I hope Bello doesn't think because this was a win that he'll apply this same strategy to another win of how to get to know Ashley. I did appreciate the emotionality of the conversation. I appreciate the supportive energy between them. I don't know if it could be a possible connection here. But I did like the energy of the space that they were in. What are y'all takes on it?
Well, Bella like cooking from the back on me, let me tell you. First one, now Ashley. But yeah, their dynamic was definitely good for him to listen to her breakdown and expressing her expressing that, hey, I've been in therapy. I actually have an appointment coming up. This is some of what I've been through, but I'm working on it. I'm, trying to work on me. This is how I know I'm ready. I felt like that was very good, and for Bella to reach out and hold her hand during that time that she was most emotional. I really, really respect that, and I feel like Bella is a really, really good dude. I do, but I also feel like there's some other stuff hidden underneath that I just quite can't put my finger on yet. Now, no, normally when I say that, some stuff comes out in the wash later.
Right.
Something about Bella that I cannot quite touch yet. But he seems good on the surface, but I feel like there's something else that's going to come out.
Understood. And I did think that was cool, the fact that she's been in therapy for 3 years. And that's the thing, like, this cast seems to me to have been who they are, whether a camera was ever going to be upon them or not. It seems like they've always been this way. Q, by the way, great job, Gigi, is always gorgeous. Q, what's your take on this conversation?
I enjoyed the conversation. But you really didn't really hear Bella open up. It was just more so Ashley.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it's really a connection for Bella. But it was crazy. Ashley just sat there and let Chris, open up and talk about this and talk about that.
Right.
But then she just opened up like it wasn't nothing to Bella.
Fair point. Very fair point.
So I'm just like, you giving Bella that opportunity, but her number one is Darius.
Yes.
And that just sounds like information that you would have given to your number one.
Mm-hmm.
Versus, I'm not saying that y'all don't have a connection, but we really haven't seen y'all connection too much in the show.
Correct.
But it was very brave of her, to talk about that to Bella. And Bella does seem like a safe space. And I think he knows that.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel like Ashley's a little vulnerable to the wrong people. I ain't gonna say the wrong people, but
I get what you mean. She needs to make people earn the right to hear the story. And I often say you have to earn the responsibility to be a part of it.
Yes. And do I think that Bella is deserving of that opportunity right now? I don't think so. Bella got too many different connections. He just wanted a date with Lauren. He didn't date with Ashley. Dominique's his number one. Ain't no telling who else he's somewhat entertaining along the way. I think he might. Ashanti might even be in the mix. So I don't know.
And that's why I said what I said, Q and Gigi, of I hope he doesn't think that this mechanic of what he did in minutes is going to work for getting to know her in every other fashion. Like I said, what you did in minutes for this, there's many other parts of her that's going to take for you to get to let me flip the reverse line back. What you did in minutes for this time, there's other parts of her that's going to take months to get out of her.
So I'm gonna tell you another thing now. This is another aspect of it, right? All right, Bella, for you to sit there and express that you had a one-night stand and had a baby, right? The breakdown of that is crazy because now we know the capability of it. Now we know somewhat of who you are. So the right opportunity happened. I won't be surprised that you go do it again. You know what I mean? So for you to kind of be all willy-nilly at the age of 37 and 38, what are you really in these streets doing? You know what I'm saying? What are you really doing? Because if there's something that you say you're ready for love, you're ready for a relationship, that happened, you know what I'm saying? Of course, 9 + 4, let's say 13 months ago, you know what I'm saying? Right. So what have you learned from then to say that you're ready to love now? You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is a shark smell blood. Mm-hmm. He know exactly where to go at. You know what I'm saying? Correct. And it don't take much. So what I'm hopefully, Bella is really there for love and really takes the opportunity to open herself up for that. Because when you out there fishing for blood, you know exactly where to find it. You know exactly how to bait it. You know what I'm saying? You know exactly who want it. You know, you can smell it. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully he's just not there for blood. He's there for love because the capability has shown us because you're 37, 38 years old. You just had a random baby.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? You just had a random child.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So are you making sure that doesn't happen moving forward? Because you just don't want to have these random hookups when you're pursuing and wanting love. You want something, you know, long lasting. So let's make better decisions along the way to protect the love in the future. You know what I'm saying?
No, very fair points. And I agree with you that, you know, the blood and shark analogy was a great analogy. Because I do believe that's very true. Just because you know a pain point doesn't mean that you should attack, right? Because even sharks are protective. Even though they can destroy, they also can protect as well. So now we're in the ladies' lounge. And by the way, can I just say, Donna, that look that you had with that green outfit on, well done to you. Okay? Listen, I saw that look and I'm like, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Are you? And let me bring it up here. Hang on. Let me bring it up. Give me a moment. Because I thought that this look was actually a really, really good look. Give me a moment as I send it to myself. Hang on. Let me do this here. I'm just like, okay, listen, Professor Donna. Okay, listen. I'm like, okay, listen. I'm gonna stay after class.
Listen, Linda. Listen, Linda.
Let me tell you something. When y'all see this look, y'all see what I mean? Because it seemed like this is like the Donna that she would like to be, but you know but the jacket that she wore, you know what I mean? I felt like that was, you know, her, you know, very, you know, very cutesy, very mindful, very demure. You know, energy. That's herself. But this right here, to me, it seemed like her damn self. Hang on, let me do this right here. Do this right here. Because I'm like, okay, Donna, listen. I see what Vince liked. Listen, I ain't mad. Listen. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because Donna is a beautiful woman. Like I said, Donna's giving mathematicians a new light. Okay, listen. So what you want to do now? You want to add, or you want to multiply? You know what? Or do you want to be divided? Let me stop. Do you want some energy from your soul to be subtracted? Let me stop. Let me stop. Let's get to this damn lady. Wow. Okay. Gigi is like, these are the two men I deal with on a weekly basis. I cannot believe he just said this shit out of his mouth. Oh my God. Okay. So we're at the lounge now. And of course, y'all know they talk about who they're connecting with, who they're not connected with. Dominique says Carday, Nicole.
All right, see you later.
Say that again.
He said he's got to get out of here. So I said, see you later.
Good Lord Jesus. Nicole said that Vince snapped her out of the egg cloud, which was huge. Donna said Vince and Steven. Shannon said she hopped in the shower and still talked to Devon. So, you know, nephew Tommy said, you're going to get electrocuted because she still had the earbud in allegedly. And Lauren and Ashley both said fellow, right? So then when it came to, you know, not connecting, who they're not connected with, Donna, Ashley, Shannon, and Donna, Ashley, Shannon said Chris. Lauren said Darius. Ashante said Vince. And then Ashley said Ed. And, you know, Nicole was really trying to hold on to him. And the ladies, and this is the thing that I love about these ladies, they seem to be of the all right, much love to you as always, brother. Love you. We'll talk soon. It seemed to me that these ladies are being very supportive because when it came to Ed, I don't think that they were trying to say this to be rude to her, but they were saying it to help her. You know what I mean? Because they know each other for 15 years and you want to at least see what that can be. And then nephew Tommy said, I think you may have painted a picture of him that may not be the case. What did you think of this ladies lounge? Because this seemed to be a very supportive lounge. I mean, we've had 6 episodes.
Yeah, I definitely like the support that they have because everybody could see it. You know, everybody could see the emotional detachment that Ed had, and also the emotional detachment that he had with Nicole, period. Like, there was no connection. It doesn't seem like he was even trying to, not even for the process of the show, force a connection between them. Because honestly, if we're thinking about it, if you really wanted to, say, stay on the show and progress, Nicole would have been his better choice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just because they know each other. He knows that she's crushing on him. They could have built something. Then you would have seen their story develop throughout that time.
Mm-hmm.
But that wasn't even the case because he was not feeling her. So for these ladies to acknowledge that and also respectfully, no one said it aggressively. It was very respectful the way that it was mentioned to her, like, you know, hey, you need to wake up. And as you said, nephew Tommy coming in instead of as a nephew but as an uncle, like, hey, you definitely need to wake up because it doesn't seem like he has the same feelings for you that you may have for him, and this person that you were in love with 15 years ago isn't the same person 15 years later. So, yeah, I definitely like this women's lounge, and the fact that it seems like it got through to her, even though it was painful. It's good that she's able to hopefully move forward from that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So then we get to Chris and Enchante. This is their first date, and Chris has been looking forward to this. So here we go, everybody. And y'all wait till y'all hear some news about one of the cast members, because we talked about Miss GoFundMe, Daphne, Miss SingingArrangement.com, Christina, and Daphne, of course. But right here, Chris has a top 5. Enchante's a top. Dominique is a toss-up between Nicole and Shannon. And, Enchante is like, wait, top 5? It's like only 6 women. That's crazy. Like, damn. Enchante is clocking it. And, some of the ladies feel like that, he's not listening enough and he seems detached. And, the energy has to match for Chris. And Enchante says that, it's given a friend vibe. And so at the end of this, Enchante says to Chris that you're not ready to love. And I will say this to you, Chris, you took it very, very well. Like you said, it is not easy to get on national television and be rejected and everybody sees it, right? And talks about it and this, that, and the third. But he said the feedback was extremely accurate. And I love the fact that while the feedback was accurate, it is not going to define who he is. What did you think of this? I'm loving, and I know I keep saying this word, Gigi, all season to you, gorgeous, but it seems like the grownness this season, they have leaned into it, dived into it. They are getting engulfed by it, and they don't give a flying fuck. And I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's definitely good to see how well they're handling rejection, as well as, like I said, the conversations, the importance of being your authentic self. So we're seeing a lot of that this season, which is really, really good and awesome. And their conversation is so crazy, because when he was talking about having a top 5 and she, make a comment of like, yo, there's only 6 women, that's crazy. But then she also let it be known, like, hey, you say you have these connections, but the women don't feel that way. Like, they don't feel like they're connected with you. They don't feel like you're putting in the real effort to have those connections. So for that to be said, where, hey, you think you're doing something, but you're really not, and him to still take it well and be rejected, yeah, that was definitely shows growth, definitely shows maturity, and even the way that she was delivering it to him, she did it in a mature fashion. So yeah, that was definitely good.
Absolutely. Now, here's the gag. Y'all ready for this? Ed and Nicole right here. Now, Nicole is crying because of the truth that she's going to have to deliver. And this breaks me very, very much, because you can really tell the weight is heavy with her. And then, of course, after the preview, wait till you hear this, because I don't think you have heard this. I learned about this news about a cast member that we'll talk about here coming up. Nicole is crying, and Nicole says that, the ladies want you to open up more. And Ed said, I have been opening up with limited access. Now, I know Gigi will go off about this too. But how can you be open but limited? How can you be open but limited? How can you be open but limited? There's a difference between getting, for example, like there was the Chevrolet Cruze, there was the L model, there was the LS, there was the LT, and then there was the Premier model. Even on the L package, you get the basics, bro. I'm going to say that 2 more times since we're in Detroit. Even on the L package, you still get the basics. Even on the L package, you still get the basics, right? So what I mean by that is the Chevrolet Cruze L package still gave you everything you need. It wasn't so limited that you couldn't utilize it. I felt like that was disrespectful to Nicole's frequency of energy, that you could be limited with every other woman, but why be limited with her when y'all have known each other for 15 years and she's actually giving a fuck? And there's a space here that I think you have had in a fashion that probably not a lot of other contestants have had, in terms of having somebody in the game that is a comfort to you. And, you know, of course, you know, can't tell you who you are, and what the ladies can't tell who you are, what you want. And Nicole says that he's not ready to love. And you see Ed is hurt. And I can understand the hurt from the jump, or as Wente Talk says, the began. Shout out to Wente Talks there. But then that falls away for me, because why are you hurt now when you didn't want to carry the weight of the emotions that were being given to you while you were in it? Let me say that 2 more times. You were shocked now, but you didn't give a fuck in the process. You were shocked now, but you didn't give a fuck in the process. And the way that Nicole was crying so hard, and she was crying because the process ended for her, but I think she cried more because of the fantasy of what could have been, and the fact that you did not care enough of, like, hey, you know what? I don't know if this fantasy can be a reality, but I'm going to respect the fact that you believe in me enough of what you have believed about me, and we can have a pathway to have a chance to make this a reality. What do you think of this conversation, Gigi, between Nicole and Ed?
Well, honestly, don't want to spend too much more time talking about it, because I feel like we've expressed a lot, but everything you said is absolutely true. And for you to say that you're open with limited access, wouldn't that mean you're a crack? Because a crack has limited access, but if you're open, you have full access.
Come on.
So make that make sense. And you're absolutely right. I think not only was she crying because, you know, this process was ending between them, which was her opportunity to, you know, possibly be with him, but I also think it was the end of her reality, or her fantasy of them being in a relationship becoming her reality. And I think with Ed was more so, I don't think he was more so sad at the process, or at the fact that, like, it was, you know, she was emotional and how she felt about him. It was the fact that he was leaving the process, even though he really hadn't made any connection. And like I said, it was safer for him to go with Nicole because she had genuine feelings for him. This is somebody who you've known. So the whole process of getting to know them and from start, you wouldn't have had to do with her.
Correct.
But her emotions was there. It wasn't really reciprocated with him. And even so, something else I was thinking about too, like I said, we talked about in this process that conversations don't just happen during filming.
Yep.
You have conversations outside of the filming. They might not necessarily want you to have personal dates, but as far as texting and talking on the phone, that's fine. So if this was a connection, or a genuine connection that even Ed was trying to make, he could have done that on the outside, and he still wasn't even trying to do that on the outside of the show. So that right there, I feel like should have been another sign for her, saying he is not really as into you as you are with him.
Yep.
So maybe, you know, you need to find other connections, or actually try to focus on what will make you happy. And makes me wonder if maybe, I mean, because she's had this crush on Ed, has this been something that maybe has hindered her in other relationships? Because this is something that she hasn't been able to let go.
Right.
But now this is, you know, her breaking point, and she's able to let it go. So maybe, you know, the process moving forward will be smoother for her.
Yes.
No, but I honestly was shocked to see two people leave this week.
Yeah.
So
No,
let's
fully
see what they
agree.
do next week.
Yes. And for next week, you got Vince and Donna. Donna is me and Vincent's ex, or Vince X. Bello and Dominique. Dominique says he's the love of my life for real, for real. Ashley and Darius. They meet and there's a kiss there, and Ashley is here for it. Nicole is very territorial. I get tired of you talking to other women. And Dominique said, you know we're standing here, right? And I loved that break in Dominique's energy, Gigi, because it sounded like she was a homegirl. Like, wait, you do know I exist, right? And then Carday's friend is about sex. So I guess her friend, Carday's friend, will be on Ready to Love Polyamory Edition because she was very about it. And there were other women there. So, but Carday, I think you'll be fine. Just make sure that you are standing up for yourself. We know Southern Charisma. Sometimes Gigi's audio goes in and out. But glad to have you here, and thank you so much for being here. It happens. We try to do our best and work with that. But glad to have you here. We're almost at the end of Ready to Love, but we do have some news for you.
Does it sound any better?
Yes, that sounds a lot better. Sounds a lot better. And honestly, too, we appreciate y'all as well. Let me tell you something. The good subscribers, the good viewers that come through, when y'all contribute purposely, you guys give so much good energy. And by the way, I pulled up your profile picture. I see you with the cowgirl outfit, okay? I ain't mad at it, okay? You look gorgeous. With that being said, y'all, I want y'all to look at this. Now, this is from On the Rocks with Jada, and this is some very triggering news. So let's take a listen. Here we go.
Let's talk about this Ready to Love TV. Friend, this is crazy. This crazy, though. Okay. Why is my phone still going off? I'm sorry, y'all. Reposado? Yeah, and I gotta get off in an hour. Okay, so let's talk about Ready to Love. I'm actually recording this while Ready to Love is coming on right now. Mind you, what's crazy is I'm talking about Darius, but I want to speak to Darius. So I hope you don't feel no type of way. Darius, if you see this, I'm sorry, poo-poo. Exactly, but I gotta report what the tea is. I can't be biased. Baby, okay. Now, mind you, y'all know I be on Reddit, I be on Facebook, I be on Instagram, I be literally all in the damn streets. So, in case y'all don't know who Darius is from Ready to Love Detroit, Darius is the guy who wears the furs. He calls himself the King of Detroit. He has connections with Dominique, Ashley, who else? Shannon, I believe. The moral of the story, he's the flashy guy. I talked about him before because remember I told y'all I was watching Tubi, I think it was last weekend, and he's actually an actor. I seen him on a few Tubi movies that I watched. So he's legit. He owns a limo company, yada yada yada, baby. So this will we can see. It's a girl. It's a girlfriend. Her name is Nicole Renee on Facebook. She initially posted on one of those "Is This Your Man" groups. If y'all don't know, on Facebook, it's a whole bunch of "Is This Your Man" groups where girls post pictures of the dudes, and then a whole bunch of girls can tell their stories. Oh, I met him on a day nap. I went on a date with him. You can get the whole tea, and it's a lot of groups about women too. So you might be the subject of a Facebook group too, friend. I'm sure if they see me on the Facebook group, it's a whole bunch of angry men oh, that bitch. Nevertheless, Darius was in the group. So the girl Nicole Renee commented. She was talking about him and accused him of SA, of other girls, yada, yada, yada. SA, as in...
Yeah. Now, this is all legend.
Crime.
Okay.
What?
A Benson and Stabler, an SVU type of crime. Baby. So then I went to her page because she was mad that another girlie kind of debunked what she had to say. This is what she said. Now, she is claiming maybe this is her ex-husband or she used to deal with Darius, yada, yada, yada. Mind you, this is a Caucasian girl. This is a plus-size Caucasian girlie. That's neither here nor there. I don't know if that has any bearing on how y'all feel about this information, but I'm going to give you the information.
Quick, what's your favorite thing to do when you travel?
So, just from that opening, there is more. Gigi, where are you at right now with it? Just from what you heard.
Yeah, definitely would have to hear, I guess, more to truly draw a conclusion. But so far, that's crazy that is even an accusation. But
yeah.
Okay.
We asked over 25,000 travelers that.
She said he controlled her from how her hair looked, makeup, and clothes. Knowing what we know from Darius, I wouldn't be surprised because he's all about image. I don't know. She said he isolated me from my friends. He then broke my shoulder. This is from her Facebook post. Her name is Nicole Renee on Facebook. This is from her Facebook post. And it's like a huge post. I'm just taking out a few of the excerpts. She said, he then broke my shoulder and had me tell everyone I fell off my boat. He financially exploited me as well. He seeks out successful women and it's a pattern for him. And then she pointed out the chinchilla. So remember when they had that like Motown, like 70s, 80s party, like last episode or whatever, and he had on that black and white chinchilla fur? Mind you, I was like, okay, Darius. You know what I'm saying? That's like some fire ass fashion, baby. She said that chinchilla is a rabbit fur. I got off of eBay in 2023 for a video shoot. And then she posted the screenshot of her purchasing the same coat from eBay. So I was like, oh my God. But she don't have any pictures with him. Mind you though, the girlie, even though she's a plus size Caucasian girlie, she got pictures with a lot of black men, a lot of nice looking black men on top of that. So, you know, I'm not gonna say because of the way you look, you can't pull Darius because you pulling men that look better than Darius. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure what this girlie is doing, but apparently she's pulling nice looking black men in Detroit. I don't know, friend. Okay, so then Darius responds. That's what really got me going because I was thinking maybe it was just some fan shit, maybe it's just some random shit. But Darius posted a post. This was yesterday. Darius on his Instagram, this what he made an official Instagram post. I'm just taking a few sentences because it was paragraphs long. Exactly. And I ain't got time. Y'all know I work a regular job. I'm supposed to go out tonight, but I'm tired. Exactly. So Darius said he's aware of the false accusations and defamatory statements. He said the person engaged in harassment and the person is engaged in harassment and stalking behavior. He said he has no connection or communication or relationship with this person. Mind you, this girl was saying like they was in like a whole full-blown relationship and he was trying to play it off like she was the assistant. My whole thing is, bitch, was you the assistant because you was giving him a chinchilla for a photo shoot? So a girlie that's ordering chinchilla coats for a photo shoot is giving assistant type of vibes because that's what an assistant would do. But if you my man and I support you, I would also do the same. Girl, I don't know. I really don't know. Anyway, so he also said the narratives are fabrications meant to damage his character. And he was like, that's the last thing I'm gonna say about this shit. Now, if I talk to Darius, I hope Darius isn't watching it. But if I talk to Darius, I'm gonna ask him. Cause what's the tea, boo? And my homegirl, my good Judy Ashley, girl, if he's preying on successful women and being a narcissist, so on, I don't know. But you know what? Just looking at them, I would never discount the fact that he's messing with this girl, because I've met a lot of successful Black men who may date a woman.
I think that's the antithesis of it. And then here are Darius's responses here. Right here. I am aware of the false accusations and defamatory statements posted about me online. These claims are entirely untrue or being spread by an individual who has repeatedly engaged in harassment and stalking behavior. To be absolutely clear, I have never been married before, nor have I had an intimate or romantic relationship. I have no connection, communication, or relationship with this person. Any post messages or narratives involving my name are fabrications meant to damage my character. I'm documenting every instance of harassment, defamation, online impersonation. Appropriate actions are being taken, including reporting this behavior to the proper authorities and digital platforms. I will not be engaging publicly beyond this statement. Any accurate or official information about me will only come directly from me. This serves as a formal notice that I do not authorize anyone to speak for me, use my name, or spread false statements about me in any capacity. And then right here, please don't judge a book by its cover. Open it, peel back the layers before you make an assessment. Gather your data or data to analyze first. Because I talk, walk, and dress smooth does not just because I talk, walk, and dress smooth does that mean I'm not qualified to love. You'll be surprised with the outcome. We'll find out on Ready to Love Detroit season 11 every Friday. Sir, it's 9/8 Central, not 9/7 Central. Just so you know. On the well, I mean, listen. We're supposed to uplift each other. I just because it would be 7/6 Central. He was probably thinking 8/7 Central, the regular schmegular time. But on the hashtag own network, hashtag Ready to Love, hashtag Detroit, hashtag classy, hashtag King, at highlight Oprah Winfrey own ... Oprah Winfrey Network. So now that you have some more context, conjecture, and connection here, what are your thoughts? Oh, sorry.
Honestly, I still don't have an opinion about it, just because it definitely could just be somebody who sees him doing good. It could be another unrequited affection, someone who is, who maybe wanted a connection with him but didn't get it. So they're mad to see him on a show where he's actually dating and trying to get to know other women. So that very well could be the case. Like, there's no proof about it, and honestly, I don't see OWN, especially at this point, and with the reputation that Ready to Love has, I don't see them allowing someone with that background.
Fully agree.
Being on the show. Yeah. Because trust and believe, if you're going to bring out accusations like that, make sure you have some proof about it. Like, you definitely don't just go out spreading rumors. And another thing, especially, and I mean, this is anybody, but this is definitely, honestly, at this point, a white woman saying something like that about a Black man, you really got to take it with a grain of salt. In some cases, just because of history, and also what we see so often when it comes to that.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not.
And that's where I'm at with it too. And it's not to say that women, nor men, nor children should not be believed, right? I do think, and you and me, and I will even say Q and Slime, we're all professionals at this point. And because you and me have dance and do dancing, or about the dancing of being in media, we know to let things breathe for a good long while before we actually stomp the yard, as they say. Because as we just saw with Milagro Graham, sometimes you might have to pay $59,000 and be found guilty in a court of law. So, with that being said, if you see this, brother, it is a story. I don't think anybody's trying to drag you. We reported on it as we had the facts. And like I said, this is most people's first time on national television. I think me and Gigi can both say that we have tact, malice, and care with what we do. We don't just say anything just to have content. We've been on for 4 hours, 34 minutes, and 53 seconds. And the show has been the show. So I'm with you, Gigi.
All right, but with that being said, we are out of here because I have to go to bed.
Oh, no, you're good.
It is my bedtime now. But yeah, much love, everybody. Thanks for joining. Make sure you like, share, comment, subscribe. Make sure you join us every Saturday. We are here. And listen, as you can see, sometimes it'll be a 4-hour show. Sometimes it's 1, 2, 3. We don't know because we bring the show to life. So
yes, we do.
It just kind of happens how it is. But good night, my friend. And good
right.
night, everybody. Stay blessed.
Talk soon.
All right, that's everybody.
All right, bye-bye. All right, y'all, let's get the Daily Motivator up here for you all, and then we'll head on out. What a jam-packed show for you all. By the way, shout out to On the Rocks with Jada, and also to shout out to the Ready to Love Reddit as well. Great space there for sure. All right, y'all, let's get it in and make it do what it do here. I hope you guys enjoyed our after show for sure. Yes, indeed. All right, here we go. Knowledge is a process of piling up facts. Wisdom lies in their simplification. Martin S. Fisher. It's time for the Day Motivator for Saturday, December 13th, 2025. Positive turning point. Once the setback has happened, it has happened. Refuse to obsess over it because that obsession will accomplish nothing useful. Focus instead on what you can do now to recover. Learn from what happened and make strategic use of that knowledge. When the setback occurred, it was a negative thing. Now that's happened, your job is to transform it into a positive turning point. Do that by narrowing in on what matters most to you, on your vision for your life going forward. Become more determined than ever to live with purpose, passion, and effectiveness. Imagine it's a year from now. You look back on the setback. You can be thankful for it. Then continue to ask yourself, what can you do to make that scenario real? A setback feels bad, yet you have the power to transform the energy of that feeling into highly productive effort. Take the opportunity and recover to the point that your life is much better than it was ever before. Ralph Morrison. You know, when we talk about a positive turning point, right? I think with this show, we get to see so many ups and downs. But the first thing I'll tell you about a positive turning point is that in order for anything to happen, it has to be turning. In order for anything to happen, it has to be turning. So recognize if a positive point is happening, that's because you're turning it in that direction, right? So that's the first thing I will say to you. Second thing I'll say to you is this. Do that by narrowing in on what matters to you, on your vision for your life going forward. I showed you our total view count earlier, right? That's because I'm about my assignment. And I only accept assignments that help me go to the higher that's waiting for me. So if you don't see me with assignments that, have a lower is available energy, that's because I know who I am and whose I am. But most of all, I know the movement that I am creating, right? And finally, the third thing I will say to you all, a setback feels bad, yet you have the power to transform that energy into highly productive effort. And some people will stay in negativity because that's all they consume. And like I said, if you want to know how somebody is moving as a healed person, look at their actions. If you want to know how somebody is a broken person, look at their actions, right? Words are words. but their actions are the signature. Understand? So, that being said, it's time for the best outro on YouTube. Know what you do, and do what you know. Never say you want more special, because you are always one of us. And trust, you may not be where you want to be, but by enemy will be where you do chosen to do. Last one thing to call yourself is nothing to be chosen. One love, much love, all love. We have spent time with you. You have spent time with us, and hopefully, by spending time together, rise some great together. And always remember rather, where you're doing radio, television, YouTube, living your best life, or child, you just gotta recognizing that. Listen, allow the facts to be the facts. Okay, make sure the replay is not just right for you. Watch it, not just right. Let's do it, but if you want to experience it again, we love you, we value, we embrace you all. Always remember, see love you got give it, see love you got give it, see love you got give it. Wherever obstacles you overcome, where success you have achieved upon this particular day, we are extremely proud of you. But no one else is proud of you. Be proud of your damn stuff. And finally, y'all, like I said, Christmas is coming up. Give what you can. Christmas will be here in one more week. If you don't have money to give, a phone call works. And, it was funny. I was talking with a coworker, and he said his brother's birthday is coming up. I said, you know what? As I've gotten older, what's really a blessing of a gift? The basics. I might buy myself a heated blanket for Christmas because I want a heated blanket. I have a place that paid off every month. Praise be on the God. I'm able to pay my bills on time, have my health. I'm good. I like a BBW girlfriend? Absolutely. But I want to be married? Absolutely. Do I want my media career? Absolutely. But in the meantime, between time, I have a great family. I have great friends. But most of all, I have God. I have my center. And I'm above the ground to make change on the ground. And that is a good Christmas to me. With that being said, one love, much love, all love. It is time for the best outro. I already did all that. Commercial break and fireworks coming your way for the day that was, for the day that's come, for the blessings that are on the way for you, me, all of us, as a society, as people, as culture. We feel the love and we send it right back to you. Good night, everybody. Love you all. Bye.
I thought I should tell you, they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you, they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now, they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Woodbury. I'm the chairman and CEO of Universal Destinations and Experiences. Well, we're finally here. Tomorrow we begin a new chapter at Universal Orlando Resort as we open Epic Universe. We built this place for you. I want to thank you, our fans, for your love of our stories, characters, and immersive experiences that inspired this incredible place. Epic Universe represents over 8 years of meticulous planning, immense creativity, and innovation, combined with unmatched craftsmanship and operational excellence on the part of thousands of people who have brought to life the stories and characters that live beyond each of Epic's portals. But it represents so much more. Your love of Universal and the deep connections we've shared together here in Orlando over the past 30 years inspired us to dream bigger and to push the boundaries to create something extraordinary for you and for generations of fans and families to come. And tomorrow, as we open Epic Universe, I can't wait for you to experience this place for yourself. Now it's your turn to step inside, to lose yourself, and to share this place with the ones you love most. As we open this park, we hope your world becomes a little more epic. Tomorrow, Epic Universe becomes yours.
Are video games getting too expensive? This episode, we want to find some common ground because the CEOs want to raise the price even more.
Not with these broken ass games.
$5 million. That's how much San Andreas costs to make.
Is it their fault for selling or our fault for buying?
Corporations claim all this stuff. Devs say otherwise.
Sports gamers, cozy gamers, whatever you call the people who play Power Wash Simulator.
I think it stings a little bit more because I'm spending my actual money and my mom is not. Imagine they get rid of all movie theaters and then charge you the same price to watch the same movie at home.
That's like every streaming service. It doesn't have to be the longest of games, but am I having fun with it? This is Lex. I'm Ronell. Let's get right into it.
Prepare for a journey beyond imagination, beyond belief, beyond anything you've experienced before. Universal Epic Universe, a new theme park where you'll step through extraordinary portals to 5 immersive worlds. Prepare for a cosmic voyage of discovery, an isle of fire-breathing excitement, a shadowy world of monsters and mystery, new wonders in the wizarding world, and a new way to play. Plus the splendor of a magnificent resort hotel overlooking the park. It's all new excitement at Universal Orlando Resort. A week's worth of vacation thrills with 4 amazing theme parks, a variety of spectacular themed hotels, and incredible dining and entertainment. It's all at Universal Orlando Resort, where you'll find new adventures every day. Explore the astonishing worlds of Universal Epic Universe at Universal Orlando Resort.
Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content.
Child, Braylon been over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time. Child, Braylon been over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time. Child, Braylon been over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time. Child, Braylon been over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about. Besides lying all the damn time.